He is also a adjunct faculty in professor in International Medical University in Malaysia since March 2014. He is a visiting professor of Manipal College of Pharmacy since 2017. He is also did his B Pharm, M Pharm, and PhD, and he is also somehow directly indirectly is alumnus of our UIPS. Yesterday you are all aware of it now. He is a faculty of NIPER long back, but currently he is in Australia and growing very fast and having a lot of exposure regarding the translation of products. He has successfully transferred so many products into the market, and that is what he was requested to share his experience and expertise to the young budding scientists who are you are here, and you are free to interact with him during the lecture also. That's what he requested, right? Let me briefly about it. He has attained a lot of awards are there, so I'm not going to read out all this, but with these small words of introduction, let me invite Dr. Sanjay Garg ji. Please come and deliver your talk.
Thank you, Anil ji. I'm glad that he has started. I think I have strong enough case here, right? All right. Now, thanks for the wonderful opportunity. I've met many of you yesterday and it's a process. And of course, people have to be told that this is a new university now. So Adelaide University is the new name. We have been ranked 82 in the world, so I'm very proud of being in top 100 universities in the world now. And the biggest thing for us is Australia has produced 50 Nobel laureates, out of which 5 came from Adelaide University. So it's a big achievement, which means the benchmarks are very high. We have to perform at a very high level in order to survive. All of this is part of Adelaide's biomedical ecosystem. We have 30 plus hospitals, full spectrum R&D from discovery to commercialization, and it's a small city. So Adelaide is very similar to Chandigarh, except that we don't have as much traffic. We call it 20-minute city, which means you can go from one end to another end. And geographically, Adelaide is located on coast, so it's a long coastal line. We have world's most beautiful beaches in the city, and within 5 kilometers from city, you can get to the beach. So it's a beautiful place to be. It's always ranked in top 10 cities in the world to live, if you search from human resources point of view, in terms of quality of life, health, education, everything combined. Okay, so moving on to drug development. So my own research, I'm a pharmaceutical scientist by training. I run a research team of around 15 people, 9 PhD students, 4 staff, some technical support. My focus is, I've done a lot of work on improving solubility and stability, dealing with insoluble compounds, bioavailability enhancement, safety, dosing frequency, localized targeting delivery, reverse engineering, taste masking. So these are some of the key points that we cover in our research. Some of this research is industry driven, where we work with industrial partners and we try to solve their problems. In those cases, we try not to be very selective. Give us anything we can solve as long as you give us money. And as long as there is a challenge for us to work on. And most of the time, companies don't come to us for routine projects. They can sort it in-house. They come to us for only difficult problems to solve. And my team loves to get into those, get their hands dirty into those compounds. With PhD students, we do a lot of blue sky research. So I'm focusing on cancer, infections, drug targeting, and that's what brings us good publications. So my team, we publish about 20 papers every year, and most of them would go to Q1 journals these days. So we tend to keep good track record in terms of publications as well. It's a chicken or egg story. You have to have publications for industry to come to you. And university expects me to do it as part of my job profile, so I have to keep doing that. A couple of success stories. So one is Faxi Gel, which I developed during my early days in Chicago as a postdoc in the lab. It went through phase 1, 2, 3 clinical trials. We have a US patent on it, which is now expired. And that shows the time that it takes for any innovation to come into practice in health sciences. But the product was approved by FDA in 22, May 22, and it's currently available as a prescription product in US. And the company is now trying to license to other countries as well. But the good thing that has happened with this product for me as a person is, as a professional, is that I've seen the entire cycle, starting from talking about we need to do something to empower women to protect themselves from pregnancy. Starting from that discussion, creating a product, running through trials, fighting for funding, fighting to FDA, filing patent. We've gone through the full cycle. And that is, I find it quite useful when I deal with students and with my own research team. My second product, which I'm very proud of, is an omeprazole long-acting injection. This product came in partnership with Loda Pharma, which is an Australia, Sydney-based company. In this case, this innovation came from a pharmacist who runs a vet compounding pharmacy in Sydney. Have you ever imagined that what would take if a lion in the zoo gets infected? How would you feed them medicine? What drug will work for them? What dose will work? And imagine all sorts of animals, crocodile in the zoo, if they get sick, how would you treat them? What kind of doses would be required? No kinetics data, no correlation. All we know is this is the dose required in human system. So we get those kind of questions, and I find it very fascinating because that's where I can use pharmaceutical science to target new indications, new conditions, new patients. So this particular product is a good example of innovation, something similar to what we were talking yesterday. So this vet so the current horses do get ulcer, similar to human beings, and the current treatment is Losec capsule, which is omeprazole beads. Is there anyone in the class who takes omeprazole capsule? You would have taken? Have you seen omeprazole capsule? Yes? So omeprazole is a drug which does not survive acidic pH. So the current formulation, which is used all over the world, is the same product, same formulation, same principle, different brands. So omeprazole is coated in the form of beads, and those beads are then put in a capsule. So as the capsule goes to stomach, capsule will disintegrate, but the beads will survive acidic pH. They are enteric-coated, they dissolve in the intestine, release the drug. The same formulation has been used in animal world as well. There's no formulation designed for horses or dogs or cats or other animals. Ulceration in horses is fatal. It can kill the animal. I mean, have you seen horse racing? How stressful it is. I mean, it's stressful for the people who are betting on horses, but also think how stressful it is for the animal. They have to go through that process. So they develop ulcer in that process, and sometimes they die because of that. So this company approached us. The current treatment for horse ulceration is they take omeprazole beads, they open capsules, they take those beads, make in the form of a paste, and they have to feed that paste to the animal 3 or 4 times a day. And bioavailability is very poor. So this vet from Sydney, he approached us, said that can we solve this problem? Pharmacist from Sydney came to us. He said we get vets who come to us all the time, and they complain that our horses don't get treated with oral treatment. Can you do something? So we started working with them. They paid for it. We developed the formulation. It took us almost 2 years to stabilize omeprazole. The drug is notorious. If you're thinking of working on the drug, I would just don't do it. Pick up some other drug. It's a very difficult drug to work with. It breaks down with everything. That's why there is no liquid formulation. I think people are trying to develop. I'm not sure if there's something available in India, whereas Australia at least is not there. So we designed a formulation. We created an injection form. And we conducted clinical trials in University of Queensland Veterinary School. It's quite interesting how the trials were done. So the vets, it was part of Vet University, veterinary school. So what they did, they took horses, made a small cut in their stomach, and inserted pH probes to the stomach wall. This was wirelessly sending signals out to external computer. I know some of you were talking yesterday about creating chip which can send signals to external thing. Exactly the same principle. You can't do it, put a probe in human body, but you can do it in animals. There are a lot of things which are done in animals which you won't dare to do in human. So they they inserted a probe, sealed the wound, and now these horses, they were all able to monitor how the pH is moving as a function of time. So they injected our formulation, and they also gave oral to different set of horses, and they monitored with our formulation pH was maintaining well where we wanted it to be. So that was the trial done, and they tried several of our formulations in that process. And then finally we found this product is working, and then the company started manufacturing it through a compounding pharmacy. Now they've licensed it to a multinational company for developing for international market. I won't be surprised if you see this product in Australia and in India in few years' time, because they have to go through the registration process similar to human products. Those horses are still roaming around with a probe in their body, and the company, the vet school keeps on asking us, do you have any more formulations you want to try? We are still getting pH signals from those horses all the time. They will never remove those. They will not conduct a surgery again to remove those probes. They will sit in their body. I'm sure at some point battery will finish, and then they won't be able to use those. So those of you who are thinking of probe idea for monitoring, I know there were 3 groups yesterday who were talking about monitoring diabetes or other chronic conditions, creating a chip. It's definitely viable. You might have to think of miniaturization, small chip implant. So this formulation has been, we have a US patent on it, some publications now. The formulation is now being tried in dogs as well, and we have found it to be very effective. So clinicians love this product. I've met a number of vets in Australia who are using our formulation, and they just say, this is amazing, it solves. One injection takes care of ulceration in animals. There's no long-acting product for human as well. So we are starting to think that can we develop it for human application. We already covered that as part of our patent. So this is with reference to patent filing from yesterday's discussion. When you file a patent, you make it as broad as you can. And we have already indicated that omeprazole, long-acting injection for human is covered by our patent. So, although it will be weak part. So talking in terms of patent situation with the product, if a company, let's say somebody in India wants to develop an omeprazole long-acting injection, they will have to challenge our patent. Otherwise, we'll come and sue them and say, you can't do it because we have a patent on it. But they can challenge this product, this patent, because we have not included any example of human product in this application. So it has been approved, but it's a weak part. Horses and dogs is a confirmed part. We have trial data to show that it works. Human thing, we have added in the patent, but it's a weaker part of the application. We know it's a weaker part, so we're trying to collect data on that and add up to some form. So that's what typically how patents are done. You make them broad, and then if somebody else wants to do it, they'll have to fight with us in the court first. And depending on how much muscle power, financial power somebody has, whether we can afford to pay lawyers or not, whether this company can deal with it, that will dictate what will happen, who will win the case. So it gets very expensive. Lawyers charge crazy amount of money for these kind of things. Okay, so these are some of our industrial partners and government agencies through which we have received funding, and some are ongoing, some are from last few years. Couple of slides from yesterday. Commercialization is the process of bringing new products or services to the market. Critical step that transform invention or idea into viable business reality, creating value for both innovator and society. Again, when you are looking for your invention, you need to, we were talking to some of the groups yesterday, you have to think of what's the contribution to society, which is indirect. Indirect in the sense society has to buy and pay for it. If they don't buy it, your product will not be of any value. But in the process, you are benefiting society. So it's a mixed bag, both are complementary to each other. Commercial journey, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Start with idea, go for IP protection, develop a proof of concept, create a prototype, run some market validation, business planning, capital raising, launch and scale. This is pretty much what you have to do for your assignment. Okay? So yesterday we were talking about ideation and research. So that was the discussion part. We talked about IP protection, how do we do it? I think today we need to start thinking of finalizing your innovation, whatever you have been thinking, and then start thinking of how are you going to approach these with reference to today's discussion. And we'll keep doing what we were doing yesterday, keep talking. In the second half, we'll talk more about your idea. But I think my discussion will not go anywhere unless you're able to freeze your innovation. So by second half of the day today, after lunch, when you start talking, I want each one of you to have, those who are registered for this full conference, full meeting, I want you to have your idea confirm and fix. Okay? Don't worry if it is not 100%. Okay. We talked about models of commercialization, licensing, spin-outs, joint venture, and sale of IP. So I'll skip here. Okay. Coming to this actual topic for the day, taken too much time. Navigating tech transfer, foundations and regulatory strategies. What is involved in developing a technology? Once you have done it, how would you transfer it? What we'll cover today, we'll talk about some of the technology transfer concepts, master diverse transfer mechanisms, navigate regulatory landscape and case studies, utilize practical tools for successful transfer, and address modern challenges and future trends. Before I get into this nitty-gritties of what I have on my slides, maybe I should just talk in general how it works for us. So in our university, if we come up with any innovation, let's say one of my PhD student comes up with an idea which can be commercialized, we come up with a formulation. So the process is, we have a very strong business development unit in the university, which I'm told is a gap in most Indian universities. Indian institutes don't do it very well. This is a key. I mean, educator, students or staff cannot run very far with it unless they are supported by business development units. You have to have those units as very strong people dedicated to do that job. It's quite involving and takes time and resources as well. And me as academic staff, with 15 people, 9 students crying for me all the time, I really don't have energy to think of commercialization and take it there unless I'm supported by my business unit. So, and I believe that's one area where India needs to change. I mean, if you look at successful universities, Harvard, Cambridge, MIT, all of those will have very strong business commercialization units. And they are able to respond to requests coming from academic staff quickly and deal with all that fine details. So in our case, we will go to our business office. I have a business development manager who I speak to. This person, the first thing he would say, fill up an invention disclosure form. So invention disclosure form is a 5-page document, which is a template from them, which basically says, what's the background, what's the unmet need, what's the competition, what have you done, what is new in your technology, where do you see market for it, who are potential clients. Potential clients for them is companies who would buy the technology from us, right? Very simple. I mean, if you are into that, any PhD student should be able to do for your own project. If you are not able to do that, there is something wrong with the system. So master's PhD students, you should be able to identify all of these for your project. So it might be a good exercise. I'm happy to share a copy of our invention disclosure form. If you want to practice on it, you can give it a go, and I can provide some feedback if you want to, if you really want to get into it. Okay? And I'm sure people like Indu, madam, can do a good job at it because she does it all the time as well with her inventions. So once this invention disclosure form is filled up, it is sent back to them. They will start reviewing it, and they will come back with a lot of questions. They do their own search. They don't rely on our searches. They do their own search. So I'll give you one example what happened. So one of my PhD students was working on wound healing. We were using citric acid in one of our formulations. And we found that when she conducted animal studies, so in animal studies, it's an amazing experience that we had. She shaved the skin of animal, created a wound, applied our formulation on the wound. The objective was to see whether wounds are healing or not, okay, with our formulation compared to other products in the market. It's a typical animal study. The wounds were healing, but something that we observed, that animals where our formulation was applied, they were showing more hair growth. Because when we started the experiment, we had shaved the skin, applied the product. but the rate of hair growth was different in our formulation compared to the other marketed product. And then we did some more checks on it and did some more experiments, and we figured out that citric acid helps with hair growth. And we started thinking, forget wound healing, let's develop it for alopecia. You know, you try to, the serendipity, but interesting one. So we got very excited, and we had pictures to show. This group has citric acid formulation where hair grows faster. This one does not have it. And we filled up invention disclosure forms, sent it to our business office. We couldn't find anything. My student who was involved, she did a lot of search, and she couldn't find anything which can be seen as a competition or prior knowledge in the field. Our business office did a search, and they said, there's a shampoo in America which is sold for hair growth, which contains citric acid. So they found a product in US market which contains citric acid, and they label it, this will help with hair growth. So once you have that prior art, prior knowledge, forget the patent. It's done, because patent office will also find it. And then your invention is, for us it was new, we saw it for the first time, but the product was already there. I have no idea whether the product was even selling in the market or not, but there was a reference on internet. There's a shampoo in US market which contains citric acid for hair growth. So that's what happens with this. So that's why I was saying yesterday, when you're looking at your inventions, don't be surprised, whatever you think of, somebody somewhere would have done it. Chances are very high. It's very, very, very difficult to find something unique which you can patent. And that's where publication patents are a different game. Publications, you can almost publish anything if you play it smart. Patents, you have to be very unique in your discovery. Okay. All right. So once that invention disclosure is formed, they review it, and then if they find, yes, it is something new, exciting, then they do a market search as to what is the potential market of this invention. What's likely to be the size. And that gives them an idea that, yes, it is a $1 billion market, so we should be putting our resources into it. If it is not, forget it. Yesterday, again, with some of the projects we were talking, I was saying, who's going to buy your invention? How many people will use it? You may create a unique product, but what's the market size? That's what you need to think of as part of your assignment as well. Okay. Is it one person? Is it entire population? Is it one country? Is it one geographical area? You know, you need to think of those questions. So once that is done, if they feel happy, then they will start pestering me and say, find me a company, find us a company, because universities don't want to spend money on patenting or anything. They don't have much money. So they would say, can we find an industrial partner? And then it becomes a game, who has to find an industrial partner? Is it my job? Is it their job? But we try to collectively try doing it, try to get somebody who can show interest in the product. Once we identify a company, then we start talking about different kind of arrangements of tech transfer. And that's what I'm going to cover in my presentation. How do you sell the deal to them? So first step is, who is going to pay for the patent, which is a very expensive process. So in Australia, typically a provisional patent would cost about $6,000, which is not a lot, can be easily covered by university. PCT would cost about 20,000, and $1 Australian is close to 60 rupees now. So I'm telling you dollar number you can convert. So if I say 6,000, that's almost 3 lakhs. PCT would be 20,000. Australian patent would be about 20,000. US patent would be almost 100,000. And if you remember what I said yesterday, you need to file a patent in every country that you want to protect. And you can imagine if US is 100,000, Europe will add another 100,000, Japan would add another 50,000. India's, how much does it cost for a patent in India?
So India, if they file as an individual, then it is just 2,000 or 4,000. But the patent attorney fee would come to around 15,000.
50.
As an organization, I think 4,000. So Indian patent is very cheap. The entire grant and everything can happen within 1.5 to 2 lakhs.
Okay, I'm not sure if you got that in the back. Induji is saying that initial patent would vary from 2,000 to 15,000 in India, with some lawyers' fees and other things. And by the time final patent is granted, you're looking at 1.5 to 2 lakhs. But that's one country. And if you file in India, you get protection only in India, not anywhere else. right? So that's the most difficult part of this. So finding a company who's willing to share patent cost, then we start talking of how are we transferring it to them, what are we giving it to them, what do we want in return, all those kind of things. And most of the time when we are talking, the product is not yet ready for marketing. It's in early development stages, a lot of work needs to be done. If you remember my story on levodopa yesterday, we only have formulation. It has not been tested even in animals at this stage. So for a company to buy it from us, they are taking very high risk because its chances of failures are so much higher than chances of success, right? But that's where they have to do their homework, due diligence, what's the market size, what's the potential, and all of that.
So I have a question. So when you are discussing about the business model and when you are discussing with the companies, so normally you assign the patent to that company, or does university want to be a co-assigning that?
Okay, I'll come to that. So the Induji is asking a question that when we talk to companies, how do we deal with transfer of patent rights? So I'll come to that. That's part of today's session. So I'll make sure to answer your question before we finish. So what is tech transfer? So tech transfer is bridge from research to reality. What you're seeing in this picture is, this building is, I would call research. That building is reality. Something we developed here and made into and going into actual production. So moving scientific findings from research institutions to the public and private sector for wider dissemination and commercialization. That's what tech transfer is. Core components of tech transfer: invention disclosure, which I've already touched upon. So it's a formal documentation of invention through institutional disclosure processes. Induji, can I ask you this question? Do you have this invention disclosure process in this Punjab University?
There is an agency that is National Research Development Corporation. So this is a DST, DSIR forum. So when we usually get funding from them for filing Indian patent applications.
Right.
So in those cases, they have a form which is quite closer
Similar
to
to that, right.
And similarly, if we want to get any patent search done, so there are some agencies within Government of Punjab and Center, they also have their forms, which
Right.
are quite close to IDFs.
Right.
Recently, we filed a patent with the Singapore Research Institute. So they shared an IDF with us and we filled it. So they are quite similar.
Okay. So it's, in this case, it looks like it's done at national level. Indian government must have organized systems in place where universities can approach them and they help with the process. I'm not sure how private institutions will deal with them. Anybody can deal with
The form is there on their site. This is a National Research Development Corporation. So you can just go to their site. There is a form which asks all those questions which Dr. Sanjay was mentioning, and you have to fill all that and send it across. They evaluate your form, and if they think they find merit in it, they would approach you and they directly assign it to a patent attorney, and then you take it forward.
Okay, so similar process here, and there's a mechanism by which you can do it. Now, in terms of your assignment, I would strongly advise that you should have a step of invention disclosure. So you have to make assumptions. You can, if I pick up that example of chip which would pick up biomarkers for diseases, let maybe use that example. I'm not sure if you're deciding to pursue that or not, but I'll use that as an example for your assignment. So what you need to do is you need to say, this is a need that we have identified. This is the invention we have come up with. You can create a prototype, maybe put a picture of it, some kind of chip, that this prototype looks like a small, tiny 1 micron size, which can be inserted under the arm. Make that assumption. And then say, okay, now we have to start thinking of protecting our IP. So we start with saying, we'll file invention disclosure form. And you can refer to what Induji is referring to, that we are going to approach this agency, ask them to file patent for us. Okay? So that's how you do your assignment. So that's what you need to do for next 4 days. Whatever you're listening here, you're going to say, we are going to do this for our product. And that's what you'll present on the last day. Are you making sense? Are you with me? That's a normal process. That's what happens. That's what we do in research as well. So that's what you're trialing it, a dummy case with your assignment. Okay. So the objective here is to get intellectual property protection for your idea. Education and oversight, which would apply to any business development thing. Market assessment. We are already starting asking the question, who's going to buy it? Then you need to somehow quantitate those numbers. Okay? So again, depending on if somebody's talking of Alzheimer's, you can say there are X number of million people in the world who have Alzheimer's, million or billion, whatever. And out of these population, if 20% of them use our product, that's the number. If 5% of them are able to buy it, that's the number. So somehow you create some assumptions to come up with a market need. That's how market research is done. All of that is based on assumptions and some facts. All right? Negotiating agreements, finding partners. I will talk more about those. What's the significance of tech transfer? In simple terms, if you don't do tech transfer, you can't do everything. You can only do certain bits of it. And your invention will not reach public unless you do tech transfer. So it's important for economic growth and development, driving new business, new jobs, new economic opportunities. It fosters economic innovation ecosystem. Normally in research, again, I think we were referring yesterday that if this was Vaishnavi's example, that's what companies would normally do and innovators would do. They'll pick up one thing, develop it, start selling it. Once it becomes successful, they'll sell it and then they'll put more money into something else. So people who are investors, innovators, they don't stop. They keep doing more of the same. They find new ideas, new technologies, new thing to sell. Addressing societal challenges, which you're already doing with your assignment. You're already thinking of gaps which exist in society. You're trying to address those. It makes you globally competitive and maximizes research impact. So these are some of the reasons why would you do tech transfer. Now, coming to primary mechanism, and this is starting to respond to Induji's question about once the invention is identified, your business office has confirmed that yes, it is worth something. How do you go about it? So there are a number of ways of doing it. First is licensing. License is a contract where IP owner grants another party the right to use their IP under specific conditions. He has paid for it. And if they continue paying for it again, we'll have the patent. So university will own the patent. Me and Deepa and another staff of our team is listed as inventors. So as university staff, I don't have any rights on commercial value of the patent, but student has. So in our system, students who works on the project, they get rights on it officially. Staff gets paid salary, so staff is not counted because we did it as part of our job. But students did as innovation, so they get benefit of commercial returns in Australia. Again, I think Indian government will never give money to students. But Indian government doesn't give money
Indian government doesn't give
to anyone.
salaries to the teachers as well.
I know. In India's,
No incentive
I
in
know.
your performance.
Yeah, Indian systems are overprotective. I think the big difference between India, I've worked in US, Australia, New Zealand, India. The difference between these countries is at a political level, at administration level. In India, the assumption is if you let it loose, people will misuse it. So all the rules, regulations are designed to protect misuse, big time. हर एक को चोर की तरह देखता जाता है. This is true. While in countries like Australia, they believe we'll deal with it if they steal something. Let them do their thing. They will do the right thing. They go with the assumption that everybody will do the right thing, but we'll deal with it if they create problems. It's the other way around. You will laugh at it if I tell you that I've worked at University of Auckland and University of South Australia, which is going to become Adelaide University. I have not submitted my PhD degree certificate to any of those two universities as of today. They've given me the job. I'm working there for 20 plus years. I've not submitted my certificate of B Pharm, M Pharm, date of birth, any certificate, not submitted. You won't believe me that. Okay? All I have submitted is a CV, which I have written. Nobody has checked the facts on my CV. And I've got the job on that basis. We don't do that. Like if I get I have 3 staff who is working with me, all I get from them is their CV. We don't ask for copies of certificates. Forget about attestation, notary, and this and that. None of that. No. But the fact is, if I mess up anything, if my certificate was fake, if they find it out, they will fire me next morning. Not next morning, 30 seconds. They will fire me in 30 seconds, and then I will not get a job in Australia. I might start a McDonald's shop after that, but I won't be able to work at the university sector. So that's a trust element. While in India, it's the other way around. You do all checks, and surprisingly, unfortunately, you won't believe the number of fake certificates that we receive from India is crazy numbers. When PhD students apply to us, our international office will send those certificates to me sometime. They know I'm from India, so they try to use that as a lever. And they would say, can you look at this certificate? Do you know this university? Do you know someone we can check with? And I've found certificates myself which are fake. And it becomes so embarrassing for us. And at that time, I start behaving as Australian. It's tough. It's a fact.
You want to disown.
I want to disown. I can't disown. That's written on my face. I can't help it. No? So I can't disown. But it's a fact. That's the reality. That's what happens. So it's a different element. So coming back to the issue here. So license is a contract between IP owners. So in this case, if we take levodopa's example, if we own the IP, then we start talking to the company as to, so we are the patent owner, IP owner, the licensor in this case, and any company who is keen on buying it from us, let's assume the Spanish company that I was referring to yesterday, they buy it from us, they'll be called licensee. All right? Then we start negotiating with them, what are the terms on which we are giving you license. It's not a sale, we are not giving you 100% rights to it. It's a powerful tool and it's a relationship. Because the product is not yet in the market, right? The invention is still will need 10 years of development work before the company can sell it. So we need to work out a mechanism which will keep working in the process. This is different from what you see at Shark Tank. What you see in Shark Tank is innovation ready to be sold. They would say, we are already selling it, this is the market we have captured, if you give us this much money, we can go to this level. So that's different from what we are talking here. The big difference is the time development phase in between. Right? If you remember Shark Tank, everything is ready to sell. It's already in the market. While in this case, it might be 10 years, number of trials, failures, chances, all of that, before the product can get to the market.
So I have a question here, Sanjay ji, कि इस case में you are talking when the patent is already filed and the university is an assignee, or just before that?
It can be at any stage. It does not have to be a patent filed. It can
All
be
right.
just an innovation that we have. We have not even filed a patent.
Okay.
But in my experience, industry doesn't talk to you unless you have a patent filed. Because for them, it's a very high-risk game. Industry is very worried about competition. So, and that's why you need to have IP protected.
And that is especially the story with pharmaceutical industry, because that's why we are talking of 10 years and 15 years.
Yeah.
तो फिर अगर पेटेंट वो हेल्प करेंगे हमारा फाइल करने के लिए, if they are the assignee, then they have the 100% rights, no?
So that becomes part of the deal. You discuss with them, and it depends on what you can get from them. So I'll just make up some numbers. If I just go with innovation of levodopa, carbidopa done by a PhD student, no patent filed, they might say, okay, let's develop it together. You design formulation, supply it for animal studies. We'll conduct those studies. We'll file patent. We might give you $100,000, which you can put back into research or deal with it, whatever way university wants to deal with it. While if you have a provisional patent file, they might give us 200,000. If we have a PCT file, they might give us 300,000. So it depends on, because at every step, there's a risk element which gets reduced, right? If you file provisional patent, that's one risk. When you go to the next level, you've done your searches. Searches says, yes, it's innovation. That's the next step. if you are able to get Australian patent, which doesn't cost that much, then patent office has done the search and they verified that yes, your innovation is genuine, it's new, non-obvious, useful. So now the risk is much less. And the company has to pay for lower risk in that case. So the value will keep on changing. Right? It's a very simple demand, supply, market factors. There's no magical formula here. It's negotiation. And you work it out what it is worth and what somebody is willing to pay for it. Okay, key terms of a licensing agreement. What is covered, scope of license? What's the field of use? For what purpose can the license use the IP? Territory, where can the license use the IP? So you can grant a license to say, I've developed this product in India, I want to keep Indian market. You can sell everywhere else in the world. So those who own the IP, they have the right to decide how much you want to give away. Okay? And also depending on your plans. Like you may want to say, I don't want to deal with it and the risk, I'll take whatever I get and move on and do something else. Or you can say, I'm deeply into it, I feel motivated, I'm sure it's going to be successful. You can say, I'm going to keep rights for Asia. Other countries, company can deal with. The difference is, let's say you make a deal that, okay, I'll keep rights for India, other countries and company can go for. The advantage is you deal with only patent office in India. All other patent office, they will have to file patents, which is a lot of cost involved and the cost gets distributed. So but the company may not be interested in it. If it's an Indian company, they would say, we want to have rights for India. So that's again, negotiation that goes back and forth many times. It takes a long time. It takes almost 6 months to reach somewhere in terms of agreement. Exclusivity, is the licensee the only one with these rights? Financial terms, what's the payment structure? And performance milestone. Performance milestone based license agreements are very common. So companies would sign a deal and say, okay, we are going to partner with you. The total deal is, let's say, $500,000. But we'll give you $100,000 when PCT is filed. We'll give you $200,000 when Australian Patent Office will grant the license patent. If you don't get the patent, that money is gone. So they, rather than paying everything up front, they might do in bits and pieces to minimize their risk. Then you're sharing the risk, right? In our case, if our patent doesn't get granted, we won't get that payment from them. Okay? Is it making sense? Are you following? So the terms and conditions are very flexible. That's what is negotiated between licensor and licensee. Types of licenses, exclusive license, which is only the licensee can use the IP in the specified field and territory. They cannot grant right to anyone else. Non-exclusive, licensor can grant same right to multiple licenses. Sole license is where both parties can use the IP. Okay, so what you work in this license process is royalty structure. They can be different from, which is, you can say, okay, we are giving it to you for free for now, but you will give us 5% of net sale when the product goes in the market. And this is very common and companies love this model because then they are not taking any chances. Right? If you think from a company's point of view, if I am a company director, I would say I'll do the royalty basis, percentage basis. I'm not paying you anything upfront. Because in that process, I'm not investing in the risk. You are taking the risk, you deal with it. Once the product is successful, we start selling. And if we are selling, we are making money and we'll give part of that money to you. That's a beautiful arrangement, which works in the interest of the company quite significantly. Second is minimum royalties. So you can say, you'll have to give us X amount, and after that, we can work out some other arrangement. Upfront payments, milestone payments, milestone payment, which I already talked about, which you can say stepwise, that will X amount at this level, Y when you get to this level. If it shows efficacy in animal studies, that's a percentage. If it shows efficacy in human phase 1 trials, then we'll pay you this much. So that can be broken down that way as well. Sub-licensing fee, a share of revenue from sub-licensing. Sub-licensing is a company can buy it from you, and then they can say, okay, we are selling it in US and China, but for Singapore and Russia, we are giving rights to somebody else. So they can sublicense to somebody as a third party. But then it's still your innovation. You still need to get returns on it. So that's sublicensing, which you need to negotiate with them. And equity is, you understand equity from Shark Tank, right? So I don't need to go through that. Okay, this is quite a useful, slide in terms of how licensing is done. I'm happy to take up any questions. I'll take a breather here. Stop for a minute. Happy to answer any questions.
Which royalty structure will work on mergers and acquisitions?
The question is which of these structures will work on mergers and acquisitions? Okay. I have not experienced it directly, but I'll try to respond based on general understanding. This is, whatever arrangement is done, that's liability or asset or liability of that company or that organization at that point of time, right? For, let's say, the example of our university. We have made a deal with, let's say, company Pfizer on, now, if we make the deal today, as of today, we exist as University of South Australia, all right? After 3 months' time, we are merging. The new entity will form, but the new entity is going to take all of our good and bad stuff as part of their organization. So my understanding, the deal will transfer as such to the new university without any changes. Acquisition is different. In acquisition, the buying company can decide we are interested in this or not. And they might say, we are not interested in this product, we are not going to acquire it from you. So you might have it, but we are not interested in it. So they might say, we are interested or not interested. If you are interested, this is what we'll pay for it. And that's how they'll make the deal. Because acquisition comes at a price. And in acquisition, they will put a price tag on it and make a decision yes or no to it. I think that's logical answer to your question without any experience. But that's what is happening with our merger. So in merger process, all of our contracts with all industry, everything is simply transferring to the new entity. No. There's no change in contracts. So if you have a contract with a company, they'll pay X amount here, Y amount here. All those things are transferring to the new university as such. So all that will change it. UniSA word will get replaced with Adelaide University in the contracts. For company, nothing will change. They're trying to make sure not to minimize changes for anyone. Okay, any more question on this slide? Yes.
When you are sharing your rights with other countries, your royalty percentage will remain the same or it will change?
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
The royalty percentage of your patent that you file, the company sharing it with other countries.
Licensing to someone else? Yes.
Then the share will be remain the same.
Okay, in sub-licensing, you are not licensing directly, you're not dealing directly with the third country. So in our case, if I take my example, I'll give my levodopa and carbidopa to Pfizer. Pfizer can give it to Glaxo for Russian market. That's Pfizer's problem. We won't interfere with that process. But when we are licensing, creating contract with Pfizer, we'll say that you're going to give us 5% of net sale, whether you are selling it or you're passing on to someone else. We need to get our share. Right? It's not that you can pass on to someone and then our rights is gone. We need to protect our rights there. But we don't want to, Pfizer may not do anything today, but 5 years down the line, they might find somebody else in China who wants to buy it from them. So we don't know. And that's the part of uncertainty of this licensing process. A lot of things are very uncertain. Because you're making it today, the product will be sold after 10 years. A lot of things change in 10 years' time. Right? So you can't guarantee any of that. So you make your contract as foolproof as you can. Whatever changes, your rights are protected. That's where business office plays a role. And that's why saying people like me and Induzi, we can't do this. This is a skill set. That's where you need very strong business efforts to negotiate those deals with industry. Anyone else? Anyone else a question? Okay. Let's move on. Regulatory landscape, I'll touch upon it briefly. Regulatory landscape is a minefield. Whatever innovation you do, that has to comply with regulations of applicable regulations. So in pharmacy or health science, we talk about health and safety, FDA, EMA, TGA in Australia, Environmental Protection Agency, data privacy, antitrust, export controls, all those kind of regulations would apply to anything that you do. So as part of your assignment, whatever innovation you are doing, you need to think of what are the regulations that would apply to our product. This chip would be made somewhere. If I take the same example of the chip that you were thinking, the manufacturing process may create pollution in water or air. Environmental Protection Agency will come into the picture. It has to be inserted in the hand, so it's a medical device, which means FDA or Indian Drug Control Authority will get involved. So you need to think of applicable regulations around those processes. And this is in addition to all employment laws. If you're hiring a staff, all financial tax obligations, all of those would also apply. When we talk about regulatory, we look at regulatory bodies at multiple levels, local, national, international, multiple aspects, technology itself, production process, environmental, data usage. What do we want to achieve by that? Protection of public health, environment, consumer rights, fair competition, national security. That's why we have these laws. So these are the reasons. Why? What is technology? What all is covered? And who covers these things? So you need to be aware of, again, as part of this assignment, you may not be able to get to details of it. For the sake of assignment, say, our system is going to be checked for this. We need to comply to these regulations before we can market it. You don't need these for research. This is only when you have different regulations. If I'm using a cytotoxic chemical in my lab, we have rules that we need to follow. We have different regulations. But when it comes to a lot of these things would have marketing. This is about global pharma regulatory framework. Like in India, we have CDA, SCO, Bureau of Indian Standards. Australia, we have TGA. US is US FDA. So depending on the country where you want to market, you need to deal with the regulators. Which can go up can be sent to space. They designed it for space research, but they realized it has application in day-to-day life. And they started licensing it out, give it to other people. And now this has become a very successful technology out there. Similarly, NASA has done a lot of failure stuff as well. So I would encourage you to read this. Advanced materials. All of you have seen COVID. So you would know N95 mask. This was 3M's mask, which they were designing before COVID came into existence. And just the nick of time, they realized that there's a potential for us to use it, and that became a huge market for them. So 3M made a lot of money out of this technology. This is what happens with innovation. You can plan for whatever, and then things change in one day. And then all of a sudden, you see new opportunities or new problems. It can be both ways. So in this case, it turned out to be a new opportunity for 3M. Okay, so tech transfer offices, I'll repeat once again, I'm skipping those slides, but I've intentionally put enough information on those slides for you to read through, and also have references in the end of this lecture notes. If you want to find out more about any of those, feel free to go through those. Tech transfer offices, as I was saying, in our case, we have a business development office. Their role is IP management, licensing negotiation, startup creation, relationship building. That's what they help us with. Okay, something quite important. You might have heard of these terms, TRL. Induji, do we use these terms here? Yes. We do? Okay. So it's a global terminology. In Australia, it's very common. We use TRL levels. So TRL 1 to 3 is basic research. 4 to 6 is the next step where we have some technology development. Validation in the lab, relevant environment. Value of death phase, as I was talking yesterday, gets into TRL 4 to 6. Most people are able to do 1 to 3 quite easily. And then TRL 7 to 9 is system development, which is next level. So if I take example of my levodopa and carbidopa formulation, I would say we are at TRL 4 at this stage. We have seen validation in lab, but we still need to go through a lot of development work on this. Okay? So this terminology is used by businesses offices quite a lot, and companies. When they talk to you, they would ask the question, what TRL level you are, the innovation that you are. If you say somebody, I'm at 2 or 3, they would say, bye-bye, forget it. We are not talking to you. Because it's too early for them, most cases. And in simple terms, as you move up the ladder from 1 to 9, the price goes up, your investment goes up, and the return goes up as well. And the risk reduces, in fact. Okay. So these are some examples. I'll pick pharma as well, just pharma. TRL 1 to 3, discovery of a new protein targeted linked to Alzheimer's progression based on genetic epidemiological studies. There is no product here. Somebody discovered a new protein, started saying this can help us with solving problem of Alzheimer's. This is TRL 1 to 3. TRL 4 to 6 would be preclinical testing of a lead drug compound for Alzheimer's, demonstrating efficacy in reducing amyloid plaques and preliminary animal models. So you have done some cell work, some animal models work, that's between 4 to 6. And by the time you do that, you have to have a formulation as well. Otherwise, you can't get to these studies. Okay, that's the next level. 7 to 8 is system development and qualifications. So in pharma, it will be novel oncology drug successfully completed phase 3 human clinical trials, demonstrating efficacy and safety in large patient cohort. So this example is where a drug has completed phase 3 trials, but the product is not yet approved by FDA. So data is there, so efficacy, safety has been shown, but still need to go through regulatory process. The product is not yet ready for marketing, but the risk is much lower because it has gone through all phases of trials. So that would be TRL 7 to 8. And TRL 9 would be newly approved medication for Alzheimer's, receives FDA approval, and is widely prescribed, becoming a standard treatment option. So 9 is basically product in the market. And you may want to sell the product at that stage. You may decide that I don't want to market it. We have done all that through, and now mostly this will be done from industry to industry. One company which is already marketing a product, they will sell it to another company. Universities don't get to that level. Most academic research would stop between 4 to 6. And I don't think we have muscle power to go to 7 or 8. That's too much of a ask for universities. So we tend to play between 1 to 6. That's what happens in TRL. Okay. Any question on TRLs? I'm okay for time.
Supposing there is a situation where you don't need to do the clinical trials, कोई nutraceutical है या इस तरह का product है, तो उसको like once you do the preclinical validation and you have set up the prototypes and maybe also scaled up, can you put that in TRL 7 or 8?
Yeah. So I'll repeat the question for some of you may not have got it. If there's a product which does not require full development, where you don't need to spend 10 years, can you consider that at a higher TRL level? My answer would be yes. In my own case, I've seen with veterinary formulations, the difference between human product and veterinary products. In human product, we make the product. So like omeprazole example, which I was talking about, we made the formulation, went to horses directly. The drug is already approved, used in animals. Formulation, there was no new excipient. Everything was already used. We straight away were able to go to animal, which would be phase 3 trial in human, equivalent of that. And the company is already trying to register the product. So that would be TRL level 7 to 8, I would say. 8, in fact, after completing animal studies. And regulators are not asking for any more animal data. They are simply saying, show us the manufacturing, show us the quality control, CMC section completed, we'll give you approval. So that's TRL level 7 to 8. So that would happen in case of veterinary products. I'm sure same thing would happen in cosmetics and products which do not require full set of clinical trials. So you can design something, move on quickly. But then you have to remember the market is usually smaller for those products. Human products can be sold. Cosmetics, probably you can get a bigger market share, much bigger than veterinary products. Veterinary market is small. It's not a big market. But you move to the levels quickly. But to answer your question, yes, you can get to 7 or 8. You can even get to 9. I mean, but I don't think universities should be doing that. It's not university's job to be selling product. So I would say stop at 8. Find somebody who can take it from you and run with it. Anyone else has any question about TRLs? It's quite useful to understand this terminology if you want to get into this business, because you should be able to explain. I would encourage masters and PhD students to be using this terminology in your defense, in your thesis. Write that I started from TRL 1, 2, I managed to get my product to TRL level 4. Use that kind of language. It will be helpful when you go for interview with a company. They will appreciate it. They would understand that yes, you understand the technology transfer levels. Work with your supervisors. I'm happy to help if somebody wants to talk to me as to how do I classify where I am. It's not difficult. And it's arbitrary. Nobody can question you. They can fight with you and say, you're saying 5, but you're probably at 4. Okay, I'm at 4. Fine. But if you can make a case for 5, make a case for 5. But use that language. Use that language in your thesis. Use that language in your examination. And use that language in your interviews. You would be seen as a different person, believe me. If I'm interviewing, I would love that person who understands this. And because you know the pathway, you know where you're taking it, you know the journey. So if you can pick up this one factor out of these 5 days when you are with me, I would say this would be an achievement. If you can start using that language for your master's and PhD projects. All right? Give it a go. Talk to your bosses. Tell them that I want to, when you are presenting your slides, your first slide should be, my objective is to get from TRL 1 to 4 during my PhD. So change your objectives. Change the language of your objective 1. Don't say I'm designing a new formulation which can do this, this, this. Start using the language TRL 1 to 4. Okay? If somebody wants to practice with me when I'm here, we can talk at lunchtime, wherever. I'm happy to help you with that process. Okay. Importance of due diligence. Have you heard the saying, measure twice, cut once? Have you heard of it or not? No? How many of you are in stitching? Cutting cloth, piece of cloth. थान में से कभी कपड़ा सिला है कि नहीं सिला है? नहीं सिला है. So they're just saying that measure twice, cut once. Because once you cut it, you might end up wasting it. So due diligence, a lot of homework is needed in tech transfer process. For the licensor, does the potential licensee have financial resources to commercialize? And that's the biggest challenge that we face. We see a lot of companies coming to us and saying, give it to us, we'll develop it further. And then we have to do due diligence to find out, you are saying you will do it, but do you have financial power to handle it? Do you have infrastructure? Do you have expertise to take it further? A lot of small companies, one-man company, I've started a business, I want to develop new technologies. We see a lot of that coming to us. Entrepreneurs, fresh entrepreneur, have $500 in their pocket and they want to make a deal of $500,000. How would you find the money? Oh, we'll try to generate it from somewhere. No, I'm not giving my product to you because there is already so much risk. I don't want to add another risk level to my product. Right? Do they possess technical expertise required? Do they have appropriate market access, distribution channel? What is the track record with similar technologies? Are they committed to the technology's success? These are kind of questions we ask as somebody who owns the IP. Okay? For the licensee, is the IP valid, enforceable? Are there freedom to operate issues? Are there hidden regulatory legal challenges? What is the true market opportunity? What additional development is needed? Are all necessary rights included? So these are some examples of type of questions. So if I take example of my omeprazole injection, if I try to sell it for somebody for human development, they should look at this with very carefully. And so these guys are saying my product can be used for human use. They have that covered in their patent, but they were never made tested in human. There's no example provided in the patent application, so it's a weak patent on that part. Somebody can question us. If we take the license from them, we can market it, but somebody would come and say, you are not included in the patent. And our patent can be very easily cancelled or defeated, or that part of the patent can be removed, right? We'll have the rights for horses and dogs because that we have shown the data, but not for human. So if we try to license it to someone, they need to be asking that question from us, which simply means we'll get less money for it. Anything can be sold. There's a price tag for it. Yeah. Most things can be sold. Sorry, I should correct that. Most things can be sold. Okay, overcoming the valley of death, funding gap between basic research, commercial investment, where promising technologies often die. We talked about it yesterday. That's a big gap. Grants, gap funds, strategic partnership, proof of concept centers. So all of us, majority of projects, we need money to run those show, and you have to find it from somewhere. Future of tech transfer, increasing globalization, open innovation. There's a lot of sharing happening now as compared to what used to happen 10 years ago. There's, even companies are working with each other because one company can't solve a lot of problems. So they're starting to create a cartel that, okay, you do this, we'll do the chemistry part, you do the trial part, and we share the rights in the end. We're starting to see more of that happening now. Digitalization, you know about AI, so I don't need to tell you what all it can do. So that's what is happening in tech transfer process. What are the key takeaways for you? You need holistic approach, multidisciplinary perspective, integrating legal, scientific, business, regulatory expertise beyond just the invention itself. And I'll repeat, as part of your assignment, you need to be thinking of these aspects now. We didn't talk about regulatory yesterday, but whatever invention you're picking up, you need to be thinking of what kind of regulations we'll have to comply with, what are different kind of technical expertise we would need for it. Do you need a mechanical engineer? Do you need an electronic person? Do you need a mechatronics person who would help us in designing what we are trying to design? You need to have a strategic imperative. It's not an ad hoc thing. You need to plan quite a lot. A lot of strategic thinking needs to go into it. Navigating challenges, especially the valley of death. How are you going to find the money? And I would like to address that as part of your assignment, that we have this idea, we have small amount of capital, but we might end up with valley of death, and how we are going to overtake that. So be imaginative, be creative about coming up with an answer to that. Any answer is right. You can say, my grandma is going to give me all her inheritance, or she's going to sell her gold jewelry, a box full of gold that she has, she's going to give me to develop it. Fine, that's fine. If that's your approach. We can't check whether your grandma has any gold or not. But if you want to create that story, that's fine, we'll buy it. Okay? But you need to think of it, or you will raise it from private investors, so you'll go to share market. Whatever you are thinking of doing, we need to be thinking of that. On the fourth day, we'll have lecture on financial aspects, where someone will be talking to you about what are different models of finding money. So you can pick up from there. So for now, you can start with something. This is the beauty of this assignment. You would start with something, but you will be tweaking it every day. What you're thinking today might change tomorrow. But keep doing it. Don't feel shy. Just keep doing, making changes. You're learning. That's part of learning. And collaboration fuels success. Next step, connect with your tech transfer office, which you don't need to do for your assignment, but people like me and Induji, we have to do this all the time. Expand your network and embrace continuous learning. This is an ongoing process. These are some of the references, and I think this is the last what I have. So I hope what I've done today, I've highlighted the critical role of tech transfer in driving innovation. I think I have managed to convey the message that it is not just the innovation or your idea. You need a lot more after that. Right? You got that message? Yes? You got some sense of what is needed. It's complex. It's not easy. You have seen a lot of information quickly in 1 hour, but all of it is there. You have to do it, and you have to get it there somehow. Right? And your commitment is what makes the difference in the end. Okay. So I'll stop here, but we still have few minutes, about 10 minutes. So I'm happy to take up any question. Anyone, any thoughts, idea, confusion, clarification, anything? Yes.
Initial starting, increasing, mature and declining phases.
Yeah.
From starting. So value of death come in which phase? Like maturation or declining? Yeah, starting. Starting to won't be possible.
Okay. So the question is, when we come to product life cycle, there are 4 different phases. Where do you see value of death? It can happen in any stage, but in majority of cases, I would say 95% cases, it happens between phase 1 and 2, early phase, where you have a prototype developed, exactly the stage where we are with our levodopa and carbidopa theory. So a PhD student completed a project, have a formulation, will have animal data. And that's where my value of death is now. Because for next phase, patent filing, thinking of higher animal study, ideally we should be studying it in pigs and dogs or higher animals, which is going to cost a lot of money, and I don't have that money. So for me, that's my value of death. If I can't do that, my technology will fall apart. Student will get their degree, they will go out happily, but the technology will never become available to people. So I would say phase 1 and 2, early phases. Most of the time when you are able to cross that valley, like if we are able to show in dogs and pigs that our formulation works, I'm sure there'll be 100 people lining up for us. But my challenge is, how do I get there before I can get to that stage? And that's the problem with most small businesses. As I was saying yesterday, 95% of small businesses fail. Have you noticed that? People start cafes and restaurants, and after 6 months, we have to shut it down for one or the other reason. The reason most of the time is people have their own resources, money, they are able to put that to get started, and after a few months, they run out of cash and they can't find anybody to support them. That's where most small businesses struggle with. Okay. Any more question? Anyone else? You want to pick up anything from your assignment that you are thinking? Any question with reference to that? We have time. We are supposed to do in tutorial. We can do it now. Yes.
Don't you think don't you think the regulatory bodies somehow kills the innovations? Like it's approved in India, not in FD, US, or like that it's approved in all globally, so that we can think beyond something. Not for the Indian point of view, not for the US point of view, not for the some countries' point of view.
Don't think I got your question completely, but I'll try to answer, and then you can tell me whether I answered it right or not. So the question is, why regulatory bodies tend to be very specific to country? Why there is no global patent or global approval? Okay, is that right? Okay. The answer is very simple. These are administrative controls which are mandated for the country on which, what is your okay, I'll use the legal term, jurisdiction. So Chandigarh police has rights only in Chandigarh. Outside Chandigarh, if they go to Karnal, Chandigarh police will not have any rights, right? And that's why if a vehicle, where is Neeraj with his bike example? Right. So where is your bike registered? UP, right. So if Neeraj's bike is registered in UP, if he drives in Chandigarh, he has to comply to Chandigarh regulations. although his number is from UP, but because of reciprocal arrangement within the country, he can ride his bike in Chandigarh, but now in Chandigarh, he has to follow. He cannot go to, let's say a police person in Chandigarh stops him, he cannot tell him, लखनऊ में तो अलाउ होता है जी, आप क्यों मुझे मार पकड़ रहे हो? Right? Will that work? Will not work, because now he has to comply to Chandigarh regulations. And Chandigarh police would say, this is our regulation, you are here, this is what we do. Exactly the same thing happens with patents. Patents are legal entities. There's money involved. All right? So there's nothing like a global patent. Indian Patent Office has rights only on India. Australian Patent Office has rights on Australia. American Patent Office has rights on America. Same thing happens with regulations. What is the Central CDCO? See, I should know that. Rajiv will kill me if he gets to know I can't pronounce CDCO right. You know, Rajiv Raghuvanshi is my batchmate. Rajiv Raghuvanshi is the drug controller of India. He did PhD with me. We were roommates for some time, so he's a good friend. Okay, so CDS, he did PhD from NII. We were in the same batch. So CDCO has... CDSCO. I should know this. Okay, so Indian regulators will have rights only in India. And that's why, that's the challenge which everybody faces. So if you come up with your innovation, you want to market in India, you have to comply to Indian regulations. You want to go to China, you have to listen to Chinese regulations. That's the reality. There's no right or wrong, that's how it is. Ideally, there should be a global thing, but there's none. And that applies to everything. Pharmacists from India can't practice in Australia. Right? You would laugh at this irony. I'm teaching in a pharmacy school. I was head of the school, acting head of the school for quite some time, but I'm not allowed to practice in Australia. I'm registered in India. I can be head of a pharmacy school which produces pharmacists in Australia, but I cannot go to a practice in a pharmacy in Australia because I didn't go through the registration process. I didn't study Australian. You know, forensic pharmacy, we study Indian rules. Australia has their own set of rules which are different. I never studied those rules. So I'm not qualified to be a pharmacist. So it's just the same thing. Why my degree should not work in Australia? It doesn't. Can't help it. Okay, anyone else? Yeah.
Sir, if we file for a patent and it gets rejected due to some lack of some studies like clinical or preclinical, so we can come up with another application after doing the studies. We can again file for that patent.
Good question. Patents are rejected all the time. In fact, they are rejected more often than they are approved. And once the patent is rejected, your choice is to forget about it, don't worry about it, or you can say, I'm going to come up with new innovation, new data, file again. It'll be a new application at that time. Once the patent is rejected, patent office will take the new modified application as a new application. But
in India, if the patent is rejected, the first is that they give you an examination report and you go to the patent, you appear before the patent officer. And if it is still rejected, you have the right to go to the court of law. But that is very tough and difficult. But if you think you still have novelty in something, then you can go to court of law.
okay, I think we are 4 minutes before 11. We can finish 4 minutes earlier. So should we break for tea now?
Sure.
Yeah? So thank you everyone, and thanks for people who are listening to me from the other room. I didn't get a chance to answer your question. Are they joining on tea?
Dr. Anil is here and he is
I was watching your lecture from that.
Oh, you were, okay. So
I think
I'm done. I'll hand over to you.
conclude in 4 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, you can use it.
I don't need to.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay, for a very nice lecture, and you covered so many aspects of technology transfer. And we have first time I've seen the TLR 7 to 9, And this is another example is our majority of the students, they are watching the same lecture from second auditorium. And we have not seen any disturbance, and we are fully enjoying your lecture from that place. So that is what the technology is there, you know. But idea is, in the area of pharma, we have a lot of ideas, but how to translate that idea into product or how to exploit the market is the right person, you know. Actually, I'm just running from that auditorium to here. So that's what I have, my breath is, you know. But anyhow, it's a very nice lecture, and I would like to say thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time and experience to our young students who can really enjoy the lecture and who can also have a lot of questions in their mind. But the only thing is, most of the students, they generally hesitate to ask the question. At least you must ask question. Question may be right or wrong, but you must ask question. That is what the innovation is there. Majority of the innovation lies in your brain only. It never come out. Sir has told how the innovation comes into the reality. And that's what he has shown the path, how we can do it. That's what, never forget the opportunity to interact. The person who has successfully transferred the product into market. So this is again, opportunity is there. He's there with another 2 days more. So you must interact with him, right? So with these words again, sir, thank you very much for enlightening us and sharing different aspects of marketing transfer. Thank you once again. And I would like to say thank you for Indu ma'am for bringing this speaker to us, you know. Thank you.
I think the passion with which Dr. Sanjay delivers, and I think वो है कि इंडिया में कुछ वापस भी देना है, and मतलब he is very successful in bringing out questions from you, जो कि मुझे लगता है मैं नहीं कर पाती. So that is another thing which we really appreciate and thank you.
And you all, you know, संजय जी से हमारी तरह ही बी फॉर्म किया, यहाँ से एम फॉर्म भी किया, पीएचडी भी एनआई से सर ने किया, एंड इज ऑल्सो लर्न लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स, यू नो. एंड दैट्स व्हाट ही केम, जब भी हम बुलाते सर को, ही केम वेरी, यू नो, ही नेवर से नो टू अस. बट दिस इज अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर यू टू इंटरेक्ट विद हिम, यू नो. दैट्स व्हाट. ठीक है, थैंक यू वंस अगेन. अभी भी आपके माइंड में कोई क्वेश्चन है तो प्लीज कम फॉरवर्ड एंड आस्क. सर इज हियर टिल वी गेट द टी, यू नो. इज अगेन 5 मिनट है चाय आने में. इफ यू हैव एनी क्वेश्चन प्लीज आस्क इट. नेवर हेजिटेट टू आस्क क्वेश्चन. बी केयरफुल. फर्स्ट स्टेप इज जस्ट ये बैरियर तोड़ो, पूछो. गलत भी हो सकता है, कोई बात नहीं, इट्स ओके. ठीक है. कोई एनीबडी हैविंग एनी आइडिया? नो आइडिया. अगेन हेजिटेशन, आई थिंक.
I think they all are working with the ideas which probably sir has given them an opportunity for. Yeah? You all are working for an idea?
चलो छोड़ो जी. Okay, let's break.
माइंड में एक और क्वेश्चन होता है जो बहुत कॉमन है. वन इज हाउ टू गो अब्रॉड फॉर पीजी एंड पीएचडी, राइट? कैन यू रेज हैंड हु आर सपोर्टिंग टू मी? ये देखो सर, है ना, देखो सर. There are a lot of questions
Okay.
in your mind, so I can read out, you know.
Okay, I'll try to answer that as much as I can. So going out, I'll talk about Australia. I mean, US, you don't want to go with Trump there now, so US is out. Unfortunately, which is bad for scientists from India, because a lot of us, I started my career from US, and these days for fresh PhDs, I really feel for you. You cannot go to US. US is the place to start your career, not Australia. Australia is slow, lazy. How we get people in Australia? We generally do not have master's program. Australia is a funny country. Most countries in the world will have good master's program. US has strong master, China has, India has. Australia doesn't like masters. So we do only B.Pharm, graduation, and then get into PhD. So masters is out. Now options are PhD. For going for PhD, you need few things. You need a supervisor who is willing to support you. You need scholarship to survive. You need fee. So the way fee structure works in Australia is that it's the same in India as well. So people who come like you as student pay very little fee to the university. Is there any fee for PhD here? There is some, right? But if there's an international student who comes to India, they pay huge amount of fee. Do you know that? Yeah. So Indian government, Indian universities make money out of it. The difference is Indian government covers Indian students out of tax paid by us, by residents of the country, and then tax then covers your fee. So education is part of tax subsidy. While for international students, somebody coming from Nigeria to study here, why should Indian government support them? Right? They have not paid any taxes. Their parents have not paid any taxes in India. So they should not be supporting it. So Nigerian student will end up paying huge amount of fee to the university. I don't know what's the number. It would probably be many times higher than what you would pay. Exactly the same thing applies in Australia. So for each student that we graduate, university gets certain amount of money. In Australia, fee for domestic students is free. Our PhD students don't pay any fee. We pay very hefty taxes. You know the highest tax rate in Australia is 49%. Okay? In India is what, 37? 30. Yeah, so Indian residents pay much less tax than us. I pay 49% tax. So that tax goes to pay education, healthcare, all those services. Our hospitals are almost like 5-star hotels, even government hospitals. They're not like Safdarjung or PU, Punjab University. And what is that? PGI hospital. They're much better. Because government puts a lot more money into hospitals. So fee-wise, so for students coming from India, there's a big fee component which somebody has to pay. Either you pay it or you get scholarship. So that's a difficult process. The way it works is when you are finishing masters, you can start applying for PhD. Apply to find the right supervisor in different universities. You can look for people like me and others. Find your subject area of interest, try to match with it, and then start communicating and say, I want to apply for PhD. University will have their process. They will advertise positions, and they would say, we are going to take 10 students, out of which there will be 4 international scholarships. Once they give you scholarship, that covers everything. That will cover your they'll give a visa. They'll cover your money to go there. They won't cover your ticket, but they will cover scholarship and the fee. So all your costs are covered. You get some money to live there. So Baljinder, who is one of Punjab University's PhD student, he's with me right now. He got full scholarship. So, and he's doing a great job. I should mention he published a paper in JCR last year. So I'm very proud of him. So students from India do a good job. The difficulty is the level of competition is crazy. Every morning when I turn on my computer, I get at least 5 applications from candidates from different parts of the world. India, China, Iran. Everybody from Iran wants to run out of Iran. Pakistan. A lot of applications come from Pakistan, Ethiopia, Nigeria, Ghana, Bangladesh, Middle Eastern countries. Australia is a very popular destination these days. A lot of people want to come there, especially after Trump's move to, Trump's position in America. That has changed even worse. So last year I used to get 2 to 3 applications every day. Now I get 5 to 6 on an average. And that means a position when we advertise, we recently have recruited 2 students from India. For each of those positions, I'll get about 200 applications. One position, 200 applications. And that would not just be me. Anybody from Australia, when they will look for PhD applications, you'll get a lot of those applications. This is what makes it competitive. So I'll tell you how our students have been, 2 students who have been selected. The first requirement is they would have to score more than 75% marks in masters. Then you complete masters. Second is most of them have between 2 to 3 publications in IJP level Q1 journals from masters. If we didn't have competition, we won't get these kind of students. But if I have to select 1 out of 200, I'll get someone who will have that on their CV. That's the competition problem. So it's very competitive. And each university has different levels. So Adelaide University, because we are sitting in top 100, our level is higher. But there are other universities where you may go with 65% marks, or with one publication you might be able to get scholarship. So my suggestion would be try out in as many as you can. Don't rely on one. Because it's even if I talk to you and say I'll take you, I cannot guarantee it. Because once we advertise the position, we'll get 200 other applications, and our back office will compare. I don't even compare the applications. Somebody from our admin office will compare those, and they may throw out your application because they found somebody else with higher marks or with better publications. So process is not in our control. We can only help support. Once they identify a student, they will ask me, are you willing to supervise the student? Then nothing will progress without my involvement. So that's why you need to have supervisor connection up front. But the first cut is you have to go through the merit process. Okay, it probably will be easier if I answer questions. If you have any question about. Yeah, chai aa gayi ji? Chalo. Let's have the tea and then we can keep talking. Thank you.
Also the lectures ready.
Yeah.
So you can collect your set also. चाय पी सकते हो और फिर कुछ questions होंगे तो.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
We'll start again at
Yeah.
11:30.
Yeah, we can. We start back at 11:30. Divya is
हेलो
Hello everyone. Okay, let's come back. All right, let me give you an idea of what's happening today, so you know how the day is looking like. Today is a lighter day. So we're supposed to do 2 lectures. One is done, one more I'll talk about, continue on licensing. And then we'll have lunch break, and then we'll spend some time on your assignment. Very similar to what we were doing yesterday. We'll keep the same approach. And so what's the time now? It's 11:45. Should be done with this 12:30s. We can try to aim for 12:30, lunch 1:30, and then if we spend 1.5 to 2 hours, 3:30. So it should be done by 3:30, so you can have more time in the evening to do what you like to do. I'll go on continuing my Chandigarh exploration. I'm loving it, it's beautiful. Just to be in the same city after a long time. So I'll do that, but so it will be a shorter day for you, for all of you, 3:30. We should finish definitely by 3:30, if not before. Okay? All right. Wanted to do something different, but maybe I'll do it tomorrow. So a question, somebody asked me a question during break time about PCT. And rather than answering this person, I thought I'll talk to everyone. So let me explain the patent process. You might find this term PCT a number of places, and that might confuse you. So we normally start with the first application has always to be done in your country where you have done the innovation. So I'm in Australia, so I filed in Australia. If you are in India, you will file to Indian Patent Office. So the first application is called provisional patent. This is in country that you reside. Now this provisional application is not a patent, it's an application. And Patent Office does not review this application. They just take it and save it. What it does, it creates a date of filing. So in the patent business, okay, I think you need to go a step back. In patent business, the date of going to Patent Office is critical. Any innovation that we are trying to do, let's say we are doing it here, somebody in Australia, China, Russia may be doing the same thing. All right? Now, how do you decide who gets the right to that invention? So master's project, PhD project, you might be working on it here. Somebody in New Zealand pharmacy school may be doing the same thing. A lot of the times those things are not known. They don't publish, they don't talk on LinkedIn. You don't get to know what else is happening in other places. Right? So the only way to put your stamp on it that this is my invention is to file a patent or publish. Now if you publish, you can say this was my work, I have published it. That's the end of the story. That invention will never reach anywhere, which is very unfortunate part. I still don't know how to deal with that problem. I deal with PhD students and masters, and this is a constant issue for us. My students want to publish, I have to stop them from publishing if they want to file a patent. I have a colleague in my lab, her name is Shudong. She's a chemist, medicinal chemist. Her principle is she doesn't allow students to attend any conference, doesn't allow any publication till they finish PhD. And recently I was looking for a staff for my lab. I got an application for one of her student. Application said, this is my CV, I've done PhD, this is my project, 0 publication, 0 conference. I couldn't do it because my boss was waiting for patent filing. I simply deleted that, I answered politely and deleted that mail. I would never hire that person. Somebody who has never written a paper is of no use to me. So, and the same thing will happen to this person when they go to different places, right? Employer will struggle to give them a job because they don't have the right thing. So that's a big challenge. Now, if we allow them to publish or present in a conference, we cannot get a patent. So that's a dilemma which all of us academics deal with all the time, and there's no simple solution. So going back to this discussion, so your first patent you filed in your country, which is called provisional application, which is a very simple application. It's not reviewed. Patent office will not do any search on it. They will just save it, but it's made public. So our levodopa carbidopa patent is online. Australian Patent Office, provisional patent. Everybody in the world knows that Sanjay and Deepa have their right on this invention. Not the right. They have filed this application. The patent is not granted, so it's not a right. Are you with me? Please stop me if you think I'm going too fast or something is not making sense. Sir, this gentleman in glasses. This person. Tell us, what are you watching on your phone?
I think they are...
No, this is just a sec. Share with us what are you watching, what is so important that you are concentrating on your phone. Yeah? Lab? What are you watching? लैब का काम है, आप बाहर जाके कर लो प्लीज. Sorry. Okay, so this provisional, so in our case what has happened, we have filed a provisional patent. There's a patent filed, not granted, and it's available on internet. You can search for it. Anybody in the world can search for it. The patent says levodopa carbidopa injection, UniSA, Sanjay Deepa, and XYZ are the inventors. This is the invention. That's the first step. Now, once this provisional is filed, we get 12 months to go to the next step, in which we can collect more data and we can add information. At the end of 12 months, I have 2 options. I can file a patent in Australia, which will be a final application. This is provisional. This time we are telling patent office that we are submitting this invention request. You don't need to search for it. You don't need to review it. And that's why it's very cheap. As I told you, it's about 4,000 Australian dollar, 4 to 6. Second is final application, which would be almost 20K for us. And this application would mean now we are telling patent office that our application is submitted, you can start reviewing it. The other option is I can go to what we call as PCT. This is another international body. It's not Australian body. It's called Patent Cooperation Treaty. So it's a treaty between different countries which sets the date for date stamp. So if we file PCT, that's again is similar to provisional patent, but this is now international, not country specific. So you submit to PCT, it sets my date on all the countries covered by PCT, which is a long list of countries. With PCT, we get 18 months, and then we submit final application in each country. So once I file in PCT, then if we put some date, let's say we file this on 1st of Jan 25, provisional. That gives me 1 year to file the final, which is 1st Jan 26. If I do this PCT, that gives me another 18 months, which will take me to 1st July 28 to submit the final application. So I get more time. In this process, we keep on collecting data, add more information, file the final application. But once we go to this stage, we have to decide which countries we want to file patent. We'll have to do in each country separately. But all of these, in the meantime, what's the significance of this date? In this time, if any company, any other country, anybody else wants to come to PCT or filing, they would look at this application and say, these guys have rights on it because they came to us first. So the date is critical in terms of patent business. All right? So final application has to be still in different countries. Okay, questions? You have something? Go ahead. Good question. PCT, I'm saying international, but PCT is not a patent. It's an application. PCT will not review your application. They will not grant anything. There's nothing like PCT patent number. You get number only when you file here or in each country. It's basically a mechanism to protect your right. Anybody who came after 1st Jan 25, they will be denied that application and we'll get priority over them. So this is not reviewed, this is not reviewed. This is just the stamping that वो था ना बस में सीट पे रुमाल रखने वाला है कि अब ये सीट मेरी होगी आप बैठूंगा तो बाद में आके वैसा वाला है कि सीट पे रख दिया कि अब मेरा डेट लगा दी अपनी कोई और किसी और को नहीं मिलेगा पर ये जरूरी नहीं कि आपको ही मिलेगा because the review process will still happen. Any country you go to, say you go to USA, US will review all the information that you have submitted before this date. Whatever was, when you submitted the application, what was known, did somebody already had that innovation identified? And if they find something, they will reject your application, send it back. Does this PCT make sense now? It's very confusing, but it takes time to get to it. But the simple terms is the date stamp. That's all you get with it. So PCT is not an authority. PCT is international body. And that goes back to the same question, why can't we have global patent? There is no global patent. PCT is only giving you a date on which you're setting your priority date, that you have the right to it. So the beauty of this, all of this is, after this date, let's say in March 25, somebody in China went to Chinese patent office, they want to file a patent on it, they won't get, their application will be rejected straight away because this is available online already. So we are stopping everybody else in the world to be making a case for it, basically. We may never get it here, but for 28 to 18 plus 12 months, 30 months, we have stopped everybody else from filing a patent. And if we don't go to this stage, all of this is prior art, which is already available in public domain. So nobody else in the world will ever get a patent on it, because this is already known. It's available internationally. So we basically kill the innovation. We can decide, it can very well happen in our case. We may never get to this stage. We are only here up to this stage. We are not even gone to PCT. So if we decide not to go here, this invention will be killed forever. There will never be a levodopa carbidopa patent in the world. We can take it or nobody else will do it now. It's a very funny business. It's a bad business actually. But that's how you protect invention. There's no other mechanism. Because if you don't have that, a company would never show interest in what we are doing. And if company doesn't show interest, the product will never become available to people. So it's not just the money factor, it's also, there's a need for this product. We cannot commercialize it. We don't have that, it's not our mandate. Universities are not designed to manufacture and sell. So we'll never do it. And if you don't do it, if you don't complete this process, the injection will never be available to public, to patients. Okay, are you following the cycle? Make sense? Yes? Okay, good. Any other question on what we have covered so far? We have time today. I don't have to rush through it. I really want to take it easy, and I'm trying to make it as simple. This is very complex. It takes years to understand what I'm talking here. So I'm trying to simplify it as much as I can. File patent? No. No. Climate zones do not matter. Each country has only one patent office. They are not state-based. You know, in India, there's nothing like Chandigarh patent and Punjab patent. There's only Indian patent. So you file only one application. It's the same in every country. US has only US patent. There's nothing like New York patent or New Jersey patent. There's no difference there. Australia is only one as well. So it's a federal level, central level thing, not state level thing. Or if it became state level, it would be a nightmare to manage. You don't want that to happen. Okay, anyone else? No? Okay, good. Let's move on with this topic today. We need to complete this bit. So what we are going to cover in this process is continuation of our first session. Tech transfer agreement fundamentals, structuring principles, key clauses on deep dive, and real world insights. So tech transfer agreement. So once we are, in our case, our business office, once they talk to a company or a donor or anyone who wants to work with us on developing a product, we start negotiating the terms of contract, licensing percentages that we were talking in the previous lecture. Then it has to be formalized in the form of a document, which we call as tech transfer document, contract. And that's what we are going to talk in this session. It's more than a simple contract. It's a legal document that governs transfer of IP related know-how from one party to another. It defines right, responsibilities, financial terms for both parties. Clarity. Some of the key things which are required for any kind of contract. Clarity, fairness, flexibility, enforceability. So clarity is avoiding ambiguity. You try to define as clearly as possible. Fairness, it should be mutually beneficial. Most of the time, as I said, in pharma, it's a collaboration model. Because we don't have a product to sell. A company is not buying a product which they can market tomorrow. It still has to go through development phase. So it's a collaboration type thing where we have to have trust on each other, we have to have mutual relationship which benefits both. If it benefits one party, it will fall apart. It will not work. So it has to be mutually beneficial. And balance to ensure long-term success. You want it to succeed. You're not doing all this to fail after 2 years. Because then again, you're back to square one. In most cases, your innovation can be damaged completely if you license to the wrong person, wrong party. So you want to do it right to keep it going. Flexibility, it should accommodate uncertainties of commercialization, market changes. Enforceability, the clauses must be legally sound, enforceable in a court of law. Flexibility is extremely important because there has to be an exit clause as well. For example, let's say a levodopa carbidopa injection. Pfizer decides to take it from us. We sign a contract, we start doing it, and we create milestone payment, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, this is what we'll get. Let's say, levodopa, carbidopa are currently established drugs, very commonly used. Let's say 3 years down the line, somebody finds some side effects with levodopa. That can happen. It's out of my control, it's Pfizer's control. Nobody can control it. It happens all the time. Drugs have been withdrawn by FDA from approval list. Celecoxib, you remember the story? It was successful many years and then it was pulled back. I don't know if it's available in India, but most countries they banned celecoxib. You can't buy it there. So it happens all the time. So if that happened, what's the point of having this agreement with Pfizer? Why would Pfizer continue investing into it? Okay? So you have to have the flexibility, so that has to be written in the contract that for some commercial geopolitical reasons, if we have to change or cancel the contract, we should be able to cancel it. And that applies to both parties, to them as well as to us. There may be something for us where Pfizer may become bankrupt. Okay? Then I don't want to lose my invention. I should have the flexibility of going to some other company. So flexibility is useful both ways, and they have to be equally shared. Okay. So what is involved in tech transfer agreement? Preamble and recitals, definitions, grant of license, core clause, what is being licensed and for what purpose, financial term, how will they be paid, due diligence and development obligations, representation, warranties, legal promises, terms and conditions, dispute resolution, how will disagreement be handled. In any kind of contract, they say you should always have a provision of what if. Okay? What if things don't work out? Then what are we going to do? Same thing applies to marriages, divorces. The same, if you don't have a contract, you get caught into it. So miscellaneous confidentiality and some of that. So let's look at it. Preamble and recital identifies the parties, who are the two parties involved, or more than two. This is an example of how it is written. Exclusive license agreement is made, entered as of this date between this and this. Licensor is the sole owner of IP defined herein, desires to obtain a license to said intellectuality. So this is exact language what we'll use in first paragraph of our tech transfer contract. All you need to do is fill the names. You can use the same language. It comes from lawyers actually. And you can see it's starting to sound like legal language. Right? That's what you need to have in the contract, because this document can go to court. If there is any disagreement, then you go to court to fight it out. That's where this becomes useful. Definitions, whatever is covered, you try to define those. Grant of license, the core clause, that becomes critical. What are you covering with this? What is the scope? What is license? Patent rights, copyrights, know-how, field of use, for what purpose, territory. If you want to control that, we are not giving you, you need to specify whether you're giving rights for India, China, or all over the world, or specific countries. That you have to indicate here. Exclusivity type of contract, 3 types that we discussed earlier. Again, the language is licensor hereby grants license, exclusive worldwide license. So this means we are not controlling which territory. We are saying available to anyone, everywhere. Okay. Financial terms, show me the money. That's a nice title. So this is about money, upfront fee, running royalty, milestone payments, minimum royalties. So these are some examples how this can be written. Licensee shall pay one-time non-refundable upfront fee of $100,000. Shall pay license, running royalty of 5% of net sales of licensed product. Right? Milestone payments. Can you see the difference in these 3 terms? Are you able to interpret the difference? In the first case, we are saying you have to pay us $100,000 to do anything further. In this case, you are not paying us anything now. We develop it together, but you'll pay us 5% of net sale when the product goes to the market. So the company in this case is not taking any risk. Okay. Third case is milestone payment, $500,000 upon FDA approval of the first licensed product. I'm currently working with a company, very interesting contract they came up with. I can't name them because of confidentiality. We are developing 4 formulations for them. This is a veterinary product, multinational company, top 3 in the world. We have 4 formulations which we are trying to develop. Very difficult project, challenging. That's why they have come to us. Now, we worked out a cost. This is what we'll take. I've hired a staff who is working on that project, her salary and other cost, and we said this is the money. We asked the company, will you allow us to publish? And they said, no, we won't let you publish anything. So if the company doesn't let us publish anything, then we have to have a reason to work on the project. Why am I wasting my time on it? I'll make the product, give it to you, you'll start selling. What have I done in this process? So we told them we are going to charge you a premium If my cost is 100, I'm going to charge you 120, 130, whatever I can negotiate with. This company was very smart. So this extra money that I was asking, they said we are going to divide it into two parts. One part which will agree to you because you're doing this project for us anyway. The second part is subject to each of these 4 formulations getting registered. So you develop it, we scale it up, then we register with the regulatory body. If they accept the formula, if we get to a point where we are able to market it, we are going to give you this much money, which is about 20% of the total contract value. So if my contract is $100,000, they will give me $100,000 now to work on the project, but for each product which is registered, I'm going to get 20,000 more. We thought which was very innovative, but then we thought if we are working on the project, they have to take the risk, we have to share the risk. The risk here is I can be unsuccessful in developing a product. Those 4 products are very challenging, and chances are we won't be able to get all 4. We might be able to get 1, 2 or 3 of those, or even 4, who knows. If you are able to get 2, the company is able to register 2, they will give us $20,000, small amount for them. So that's how they've created that contract. So there's a lot of creativity which goes into it. You write it up in a way that benefits you. So that's a negotiation thing and I have to agree to it. So it's written in the formal contract. So the language of that contract would be licenses should pay an upfront fee of $100,000. For each successful product registration, they will be paying additional $20,000. Simple. That's what we have in our contract. Due diligence, the development obligations, keeping the licensee accountable. This is licensee agrees to use commercially reasonable effort to develop commercialized licensed product. Licensor with a written progress report on semi-annual basis. Now you want to create some reporting mechanism. You don't want to give it to Pfizer and then Pfizer sleeps on it forever and nothing happens. Because if they did, then I've lost my innovation. It's not reaching anywhere. So you create some mechanism of weekly meetings, monthly meetings, reports. Somehow you try to bind them that you'll be progressing. And then if you're not progressing, a termination clause. In my case, if Pfizer is not performing, I should be able to give it to somebody else. So you want to have that in place. Representation warranties, that's a sort of committing that what you have done is the right thing. So you want to indemnify each other. Who pays when things go wrong? Now, in this case, Pfizer is taking this license from us based on relying on our data. My PhD students may have faked it, right? They have no mechanism to check it. They are relying on what I'm presenting to them. So if Pfizer takes our formulation, starts doing release study the same way as we have done, and they don't get the same data, they have lost all their thing, and we should be covering that cost. Or vice versa. They can do something wrong which we need to be covering. So that's also part of licensing agreement. Terms and condition, they should have beginning and end, termination of clause, beginning, length of the agreement. Normally you would want to bind with a license, with a thing, that continue expiration, last to expire patent. So because if you don't have a binding clause, Pfizer can take forever and they may not do anything. So you want to say, in 2 years' time, we want this to happen, otherwise we'll terminate. 3 years' time, 5 years' time, this is what we want to happen. So it keeps parties committed to what they're supposed to be doing. Dispute resolution, negotiation, mediation, arbitration, governing law. One of the most difficult things that I have experienced in international relations is this statement here. Governing law. So I'll give you an example. Let's say we start working with Indoji here and we want to buy one of our cosmetic technology. Indoji, you are not listening. So let's say they have developed something which we want to license from them. I'm in Australia, I'm an Australian citizen. She's in India, Indian citizen. We come to an agreement. We create a contract. Now and we have to have what if clause. What if things don't work out? Termination. if you want to break the contract. Most of the time, termination can happen in two ways. One, by mutual understanding, it's not working out, let's separate or break this deal. The second is, if she says, I've done what I was supposed to do, I would argue we are supposed to do, to terminate, I might have to go to the court. We might have to go to the court. Now, which court we should be going to? She doesn't want to come to Australia. I don't want to deal with Indian regulations. And there's no international court. There is an international court, but that is useless. It it deals with bigger problems like Russia-Ukraine fighting. It deals with those kind of things. They don't deal with smaller issues. They are too small for them. Okay? So in this case, governing law is the most fighting thing, companies and international. It won't happen. If Induji talks to somebody in India, this issue will not come up. It will go to Indian court. She can say Chandigarh court, somebody can say Madras court, that can happen, but all within India. But internationally, it becomes a nightmare to sign that contract because, especially Americans, I do a lot of work with Americans, they don't want to come out of US, they want to fight in US for everything. Because it's easier for them, and they know the system. For us, if I want to fight in US, I have to find a lawyer in America who fights for us. So this is one of the difficult ones that I've experienced many times with any kind of international contract.
You have to select a middle country somewhere.
Sometimes they select a middle country, sometimes they select a third country, which becomes even more non-relevant. It's of no relevance to any country at all. But then that may be the solution. That's again negotiated. Who needs it more? Who is willing to give up? Kind of thing.
Let's hope you never have to face that.
Yeah, I know.
I always, when I sign, I just think inside myself that, okay, this should
it's
not
not
happen.
coming. It's not coming, yeah. But they do come. It happens.
Yeah.
Okay, now again, similar to other thing, I have some examples. Pharma market. This is an example of a success story. Antibody or autoimmune response. Agreement structure. Colombia licensed antibody tech to Abbott. Milestone payments, high success. This particular product became a 9 billion product. Colombia earned hundreds of millions in royalties, which is coming out of a university, and that's a significance. A failure story, gene licensing technology that was done by a university in Taiwan. An antibacterial gene derived from a plant species developed by Academia Sinica's research team. Licensed with a Taiwanese biotech company that lacked adequate due diligence, and they just couldn't deliver on it. So finally it failed. So again, I have heaps of these examples in AI, digital health, food and agri-tech, PepsiCo's contract farming of potatoes in India. That's a big success story. PepsiCo, they're supporting 25,000 farmers in India to produce this particular kind of potato. Unsuccessful, super cabbage, which didn't work out. इसलिए नहीं चली ना. Green energy. So I'll skip these. Space, unsuccessful in space. These success and failure stories are in every field. You just need to look for them. There are hundreds of those out there. I picked up some examples. I've tried to structure 6 different areas in all my lectures and give you examples from each to understand and appreciate. And they are of common interest. Space is common interest, AI is common interest. So try doing that. I can spend hours on it and talk about each of those in detail, but that's not the point. Okay, so what we have seen is successful, unsuccessful tech transfer cases. Designing it properly is right. You need to do it right when you are setting up the contract. Now we'll create a hypothetical tech transfer agreement. Medical device license. So this is a hypothetical case which can be similar to, you can use these slides in your assignment, right? Same thing. Patented surgical tool from a university lab, University of Innovation, MedTech, all these are fake, not real. So you create exclusive worldwide license to the patent, financials, 50 upfront, milestone, FDA clearance, Due diligence, must submit a commercialization plan within 6 months, and indemnity, fully liable for product liability. Okay? So you can literally cut and paste these and put in your assignment. That's how you can design it. What is the step-by-step process? You'll write a preamble, identifies the university and medtech, definitions, grant of license, there's a language given here, financial terms, due diligence, indemnifications, terms and termination. Importance of legal counsel, this is legal. Legal in the sense that if things go wrong, you might have to go to the court. And the language has to be, so you have to involve a lawyer in this process. Not for your assignment, we are not providing you with lawyer here, you don't need that, but most cases, our university has lawyers. And every time we sign a contract, our documents are sent to lawyers, they look at it, and once they approve, then only our business office can sign the deal, otherwise they can't. So universities make it mandatory for lawyers to look at it, accuracy of it. Okay, key takeaways, strategic structuring, focus on core clauses, embrace adaptability, legal expertise, that's important. Generally, companies want to keep it as flexible as they can. They want to keep it very broad, very open. They want to include as many, and they want it to their benefit. So they would want to give you minimum possible money and get the maximum out of you, and you have to fight for every dollar. It's like negotiation. When you are buying or selling anything, you want to do the same thing. So it's the same thing. It's done here. As part of this process, you need to seek specialized counsel, which is the lawyer, conduct IP audits regularly, develop clear internal policies, stay informed on the best practices. Some references here, and these are references for case studies, which are listed here. If you want to see more details, you can look through those. They are vital catalysts. You can't go to the next step unless you have done this step. So in your innovation journey, you can develop something, but unless you get to this stage, you won't be able to proceed, you won't go very far. I know you can develop something in the lab, unless you file a patent, unless you find this kind of commercial agreement, it will not reach anywhere. Unfortunately, that's the reality. Okay, so that's all I had to cover. I'm happy to discuss. Now, if you want to talk with reference to your assignment, we can go through that. Anyone has anything to talk about? This was a relatively simple thing, but happy to discuss.
सर एक्चुअली मुझे पूछना था हेलो सर अबाउट द लॉन्ग एक्ट पीडी tomorrow yesterday you discuss about the long term PD of your product that level number 1 so what you pitch for the company, what is the main thing you keep in your mind and what they suggest, response or any feedback to you, anything they said to you to improve or anything else, how you pitch to that company?
Okay, again, I'm not sure if I got the question right, but I'll try to understand and explain back. And you can tell me if I didn't answer it. So the question is, what feedback do you get from how do you make your innovation appealing to companies, right? Different language. Right? Why would a company come to you? Or why would they talk to you? Okay, where do I start? A company would talk to you, a company won't come to you for charity, that's given. They will come to you only on things on which they can make money. Okay? So industry will find you and your innovation. Finding the right company is a big task. It takes a lot of efforts, a lot of energy. In my team, I'm experimenting at this stage. I've hired a business development manager within my own team. I'm paying full salary of a person. His job is to make me famous. So if you are following me on LinkedIn, you might be seeing a lot of new posts every week. I'm paying someone to do it for me. Okay? The reason is Those ads make us famous. Somebody searches, anybody in Australia searches for pharma development research, enters on Google, they will find us because of my LinkedIn post. And then they will come to us. This levodopa carbidopa story, we made a lot of noise about it. He has been posting on LinkedIn every third or fourth day. You can't be doing too much of it, so I have to stop him. Stop. But if today you're sitting here, you can try doing Google, enter Parkinson's long-acting injection, you probably will find us. At least in Australia you will find us, may not happen in India. Because Google also tends to be regional specific. We have not advertised in India. So it's a challenging task. Companies look for what is useful to them. They are very, very critical. They won't simply take anything from you. And they would take only those things which they can market one day. Again, if you are working for a company, what would you do? If you are the business development manager for Pfizer, and they tell you go out and seek new excitements happening in the world, what would be your approach? What are you going to check? Think from that angle and you get answer to your question. Put yourself in that position. Your job is business development manager for Pfizer. You will look for products where there is less risk, enough innovation, IP covered, scale-up possibility, real market need. Somebody should buy Pfizer's product when they buy it, do it. And they will ask those questions. If you don't have answers to those, they will simply say, thank you, bye-bye, see you. It again happens a lot with us. We see a lot of companies coming to us, they listen and they go back and say, no, we are not interested in. It has to fit in their model, financial model more than anything else. Anyone? Anything? A new thing which I have noticed, I'm not sure, Indoji, you might help me with this. I'm not sure if it is happening in India. Something that I've seen happening in Australia, it's happening quite a lot. Companies are coming to universities and they are saying, we'll give you a small grant of up to $50,000, pitch your idea to us, and give us only information which is not confidential. So people like me, we are hungry for money. We need money to cross our valley of death. We put together our idea and we go to them. Now company might offer 3-4 of those over a year. Let's say $200,000 spent. But what do they get in this process? They get proposals from every possible university in the country. And they've already written the clause that give us non-confidential information. So they pick up that ideas and they start working on those by themselves. We don't have any rights to even stop them. They're playing a very smart game. So it started 3-4 years ago. When that happened, I used to submit those applications. Now I don't. I've stopped doing it because I'm giving my secrets for free. If I tell someone long-acting injections, Parkinson, how difficult it is for somebody in company sitting that there's a potential for this idea. Somebody has done the groundwork. Let's start working on it. I may not tell them the name of the drug, but there are 5 drugs which are used in Parkinson's. How difficult it is to pick that one up. Right? So companies play those kind of smart games as well. Does it happen in India? Do you have seen that?
Not very common yet, but yes, they are coming to us.
They're coming.
And not like, as you say, sometimes you get mails and where they want to discuss those sorts of things are also happening now. And that is very common. They sign a CTA with you, they want to discuss your technology. They take the discussion to certain level, 6 months, 8 months, saal, and then they suddenly drop.
They stop. Most cases they would either decide not to do it or they'll start doing it by themselves.
Yeah, so they tweak it and some of the times I came to know that they have a product.
Oh, good that you reminded me. Something that I didn't mention, I should have in my notes somewhere. Confidentiality agreement, we didn't talk about it. Before we start talking to any company, I mean, we moved quite ahead, filing patent and licensing. But the first step, which I should have mentioned, is CDA, Confidentiality Disclosure Agreement. That's a document which is signed between the parties when we start talking to them. On good faith that we'll keep each other's information confidential. Okay? So this is a document, it's not a contract. There's no money involved. There's no discussion of money. When a company approaches me, first thing I say is, let's sign a CDA. CDA is a 2-page document from our business office. They will send it to them or they will send it to us. They will agree, negotiate, and they will say sign, done. The CDA document is simply saying that what we are talking to you, you cannot misuse it tomorrow. But again, if they misuse it, I have to go and fight with them in the court. There's no other mechanism. And universities don't have that power. They probably know that. So people sign CDA quite happily. Imagine somebody in Punjab University like Indoji, somebody takes her technology, signs a CDA, go home and start doing it. I don't think she or Punjab University would have financial power to deal with them in the court.
Never.
You would not be able to do it. But but in other countries it's a lot more serious. So our university takes it very seriously. So CDA is filed in very first step when you start talking to company. Before I talk to company, I always sign CDA. Sometimes if they are coming to me with their problem, I don't care about CDA, it's their problem. So they are coming to solve their thing. They are interested in signing CDA with us because they are going to tell me their problem and I can misuse it. I can have a master's student, PhD student working on it. So to avoid that, they will have CDA. They will insist on, Sanjay, we want to work with you, but before we can tell you what we want you to solve, let's sign a CDA. So that's the first thing which is done. It's a universal practice. It's done everywhere in the world. Okay. Any question anyone has? This side is very quiet. Are you feeling lost? Or you are with me? Yeah? What do you think? Has it been too difficult? No? Okay. All right. So if you don't have any question, we are exactly at 12:30. It's perfect time for break. I'm good in keeping time, right? See, 12:30 means 12:30. Okay, let's break for lunch. We are coming back at 1:30 and then we start with tutorial. Thank you. All right. I'm sorry for being late. Got stuck in rain, so apologies. Let's make a start. So before I start, can I suggest that you move your group in one place? So we have these chairs here. Spread out a bit so when I talk to one group, other group can keep doing what you are doing. Find space, spread out in your groups as much as you can. अब आगे आ जाओ. Okay. आपको आराम से कुछ करना है तो कर लो.
आपको चाय में करेंगे ना, टी टाइम पे कर लेंगे.
टी ब्रेक करेंगे किसी का खत्म.
टी ब्रेक पे कर लेंगे. हाँ सीधा खत्म कर लेंगे, उस वक्त कर लेंगे 2:30 बजे.
3:30. पर आपको अगर कुछ अपना काम करना है तो आप कर लो आराम से.
अच्छा ठीक है.
इसलिए तो मैं केस स्टडी से सीख रहा हूँ. All right. So we'll continue with our discussion on tech transfer licensing thing, but I'll quickly run through some slides to refresh what we have talked so far and how we are going to handle it. So this session is based on case study, that what you are handling, mock technology transfer strategy development. So I would like us to be thinking of, for each project, what are our pathways, how can we do it, what is involved in that process. I know we are running a little behind. We should have a project identified by now for each group, and then we should be talking about what we are doing here. But I might have to fix the first problem first, and then we come to the second problem here. Okay. Agreement drafting. So the group has to buy into the idea of whatever we are trying to do, and then group presentations. So we won't be doing presentations today, but when I prepared these slides, I was told this group size is going to be 30 students. And I was hoping that after each tutorial, we'll try to group to present on what is done with reference to today's discussion, which is hard with a big class, so I won't be doing that. But we'll still be making sure that each group is covered and you know what you have to write in your assignment for the tech transfer part today. Feedback integration and these two notes. Did you receive notes for all lectures now? Including tomorrow, right? You have copies with you now. Great. Okay. So case study, strategic design, agreement crafting, professional communication, practical application. So we have talked through all this in the morning. Strategic technology themes, this won't go in detail. We have looked. So comprehensive case analysis. So identifying technology, thinking of transfer strategy. What are you likely to transfer? Who is your potential client? How would you deal with them? What kind of terms you would like to set up? It's all going to be hypothetical, but you need to practice that. That's part of the exercise, right? Regulatory framework, we'll be thinking of what are the companies, what are different agencies we need to be aware of that we'll have to deal with in this process. Ethical dimensions, thinking of equity, social justice, impact, some of those aspects as well. So IP ownership and scope, again, very similar to Shark Tank approach. You have an idea, how much you would like to pass on, how much you would like to keep ownership, and then what kind of tech transfer document would apply to your case. Licensing framework, financial structure, regulatory responsibility, access and impact. And then we'll come to coming up with an agreement with reference to your project as to how the IP ownership licensing terms would look like, financial structure, performance milestones. This is the presentation review, which again, we won't be doing it today, but you need to incorporate this part into your final presentation for Friday. So I believe one of your 5 slides, the best thing would be, we have talked about how many slides? 5 slides, right? 5 minutes, 5 slides. Best thing would be one slide from yesterday, one slide from today, one slide from tomorrow, one from Thursday, and one you can choose wherever you want to put more energy. That will be a good way to segregate information. All right, agreement highlights, feedback, strategic refinement. Your success deliverables, what would be expected is a strategic blueprint, clarity on tech transfer process and your understanding, legal framework, communication skill, practical insights. This is an example of a technology in drug delivery, tech innovation, that's the first part which was from yesterday. Strategic approach, that's for today. Licensing to a pharma partner, milestone payments and royalty, that's what. So from yesterday's exercise, we should do focus on this first bit. What's the innovation? Second is strategic approach. How are you going to license? How are you going to work out royalties? That's for today. Third is regulatory, and second and third are for today. Fourth is and then market success. That some of that will come from Thursday's session on financials and those things you will learn as part of that process. This is the same thing. Okay, so the way I would like to do today, let's solve the first problem first. I would like each group to tell me what's your innovation. One by one, we'll go through. And this time I'm not going to one-to-one, you're going to tell the class. Shared model, you need to take some responsibility. Right? It's not only me who is taking all the responsibility. You have to do some work. Okay, who would like to volunteer first? So take a couple of minutes. You don't need to take a lot of time. Maybe in a couple of minutes, talk about innovation that you have. Please, please, please. So let's say in how many groups we have here? Just raise each group. This is one group here. One here, 2, 3. Is this one group? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Are you in one group there? 9. So we have 9 groups. Okay. 9 groups, and we please, please, please. Listen to me. Hey, hold on. You don't want me to be a bad teacher. I have been trying to be a good one so far. I can throw you out of this room. You know that, right? So don't make me do that. Okay. So we have 9 groups. The way we are going to do it is, let's do it in 2 rounds. In the first round, each group will talk for 2 to 3 minutes. Tell us what is the innovation you are thinking of. We'll take a couple of minutes for everybody to comment on it. If somebody has a feedback which is very strong, red signal, don't do it, or very strong support, we'll do that. So 5 minutes on each. Then we'll come to the second part, which is strategic, which is based on tech transfer thing. All right? There's no right or wrong. It's just an exercise which we are trying to solve as a group. And there's learning involved in this process. We learn from each other. All right. Who would want to go first? You want to go first?
No, we are still in discussion.
Okay. I don't care now. It's not time for solving it. You have to freeze one today. If you don't freeze today, you will not be able to complete this assignment. So pick one. Okay. Can I, please, can I make it a bit easier for you? Even if you have found something on internet which stops you from filing a patent, don't worry about it. Because chances are very high, whatever you pick up, it will be extremely difficult to do that. For the sake of this exercise, we'll assume that nothing exists and you're going to file a patent. All right? Does it solve it? Makes it easier? Yeah? Ideally, it should not be like this, but you can't progress unless we have to make some simplified. All right. Who's the volunteer group? First, group number 1. Who wants to do it? Good. Now you can do it. Okay, keep sitting. I'll give this to you.
So,
Okay, please.
adulteration. तो कुछ टॉपिक वर्ड दे दो, कोई वर्ड दे दो.
button on hai. Hello. Yes.
Milk product.
Please, you cannot be talking to each other. We are doing this as a group exercise. Okay? So please stop talking. All right. Let's listen from the first group. What's your name?
Asha.
Asha. Okay, go ahead, Asha. You have 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay.
And I want everybody to listen because I want you to provide feedback to Asha and the group.
So our topic is like adulteration in milk products.
Okay?
Nowadays, what we are facing the challenges like every day we will see the news that truck or tons of milk products are found, paneer or milk, they are duplicates or mixed products most of the time. So like just take an example of one of the company Amul. There are a lot of duplicate products coming in the market for Amul. Okay? So what we have decided to make like an app which will provide a unique code on every product of Amul. Let's say it's a paneer of whatever grams. So there will be a unique barcode inside, and you have to scan that. That will, if the first customer who will be scanning that barcode will direct to your WhatsApp, and that will be check you that this is a unique and this is the first customer and it's verified. The second person, if the same barcode is being sold in the market on the like same product, same barcode, again it's a duplicate product, right? I'm talking about duplicate product. So the second person scans the barcode in your unique identification number, that will not redirect to your WhatsApp or the unique. It will give a like binary code system. It will work like 0 or it's a duplicate or error, right? So this will be like that. This is a technology. It will help us to check the original and the duplicate products. This will also help the company to generate database of its customers for the future if they want to run some campaigns, SMS or email marketing, whatever. It will also help in giving a proof to the customer in whenever they will be facing challenges in the environments, like for the original and duplicate products. So this will help in like cross checking the other database also.
Anyone from the group would like to add anything? No? Okay. What's the feedback? What do people think? Good, bad? What do you think of the idea?
It's a good idea. It's a good idea.
You're in the group, right? So,
We are
okay.
excluded from the comment book.
And also the people who are facing the challenges in getting the original products, it's a benefit for them. They will be getting the original products at their house, right?
So who's going to be your buyer of your technology?
Obviously, the consumers which are already
No.
yeah.
Who will pay you money to run your business?
The companies like who are
So you will sell to Amul.
yeah, Amul, Mother Dairy, lot many other companies.
So you are targeting a business as a customer, not individual customers.
B2C, B2B.
B2B.
Yeah.
Okay. What is the novelty in the idea?
Uh, it's a new because it's not present in the market till now, and every day problems are coming. No one has idea to how to check whether it's the original or duplicate. Same barcodes you can find in 10 products of the Amul.
Okay. So for any idea, we need to think of the need, market, technology, and feasibility of success and IP position. So need you have identified, there is a need to identify duplicate products in the market. Market you have identified, companies like Amul are your potential market.
All the industries or factories who are dealing with the milk products.
Right? Technology, you should be able to develop an app, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
IP, do you expect any IP in this?
Obviously, patent to.
I don't think you won't be able to, but it's not necessary that you have to have a patent. Not every innovation has to have a patent. You can find other ways of protecting it.
Like?
But the chances are quite high you'll make this app, sell it to Amul. Tomorrow somebody else will make another app which would be very similar, sell it to another company, or even go to Amul and say, don't stop paying them license fee because my app can do the same thing for half the price. So something to
It should be protected, na? Then.
How would you protect it? Apps are not patentable.
Apps are not.
Okay, good job, Asha. Thank you. That's a good start. All right, who is next?
Okay. Hello. We plan on making a microchip, a wearable microchip for detecting. We plan on making a wearable microchip for detecting stress conditions, depression-induced symptoms, as well as hormonal changes in a microchip device, which will be working on microfluidics basis, and which will analyze the stress hormones as well as stress and hormones through blood sampling by microneedling. Such kind of device is not yet in the market. We have devices which analyze stress conditions by data through either sweat analysis or through heart rate monitoring or something like this. It's just an idea. It's not something which we are very sure how to develop. But since nowadays microfluidics and microchip technologies has developed far, we can plan on it. And since nowadays the conditions of PCOS as well as hormonal diseases such as diabetes or any other hormone related problems are on rampant in women, you can the men category will be targeted to stress, which most of the people are nowadays afflicted with high stress and mental disorders such as that. So we plan on targeting the companies which are more of a health-based companies, like for example, even Apple have health monitoring devices, and such as most of the AI giants have these kind of technologies. So I think it is a good innovation as such. I am not sure about it, sir, but this is what we thought.
You need to be confident, says the brightest idea on the world.
Yes, sure.
You have to be confident on what you're doing. Even if it is wrong, say it with confidence.
Yes, sir. Actually, it is more of a. It is this invention is more of a person who is suffering from depression and may have suicidal tendencies. It can monitor the effects, monitor the levels, and send the emergency tips to the loved one or emergency contact, so they can try and help them out.
Good. Okay. You didn't say your name.
So my name is Srishti.
Srishti. Okay. I've heard this idea yesterday and I talked about it, so I won't ask any questions. Anyone in the group want to critique, feedback, ask questions? What's the novelty?
Sir, nowadays there are no chips or health. I know. Yes, sir, I know this. But there are no wearable devices which monitor the hormonal levels of the person. Yes, there are devices which monitor stress. I know, sir, but we are targeting only those hormones which are very frequently changing and very frequently are more associated with hormonal disorders. For example, if you talk about women, it would be mostly estrogen, LH, FSH. Both of the three of these hormones are which fluctuate monthly. That is why people have used it for monitoring the health, the egg cycle of the women. And similarly, it can give a heads up to women if they are having hormonal fluctuations very frequently, so they can get themselves they can take preventive steps for PCOS or for endometriosis or some symptoms of these kinds. So that is what we plan.
Okay, thank you. We have diluted the IP requirement, so please. But you keep on assuming that your product is novel, okay, for the sake of assignment. Don't listen to him. All right, who is next? Everyone has to do it. Okay, thank you. Say your name and then introduce. Keep sitting. Hold in your hand.
So, sir, my name is Lakshata Basi and I'm a B.Pharm student at Chitkara University. So, our innovation is based on PCOS diagnosis. For PCOS, there is no kit available which can diagnose it in home, which is most important, because as being a PCOS patient, I can say that I know we have to visit clinic every week or every second week to check is our PCOS good or not. So basically my idea revolves around that only. Besides going to clinics every week, we can check PCOS at home. So I'm trying to develop a kit which contains a LH checker, that is luteinizing hormone. So basically it works as that if after ovulation phase our LHS is increased, that diagnose PCOS, बिकॉज LHS हार्मोन सिर्फ हमारे ओवुलेशन पीरियड में ही ज़्यादा होते हैं. देन उसके बाद वी आर डेवलपिंग अ ग्लूकोज और प्रोटीन चेकिंग स्ट्रिप, दैट इज़ यूरिन डिपस्टिक मेथड, इन विच वी कैन check if there is glucose in our urine. So basically in PCOS our insulin resistant develops in our body, insulin resistant develops. So हमारे यूरिन के अंदर ग्लूकोज प्रोड्यूस पास होने लग जाता है, जो कि ये स्टेट करता है कि बॉडी में इस टाइम पे इंसुलिन की कोई गड़बड़ है. दैट आल्सो डायग्नोज PCOS. Then we can add some components like self-help questions or questionnaire book, which can tell us about if a person is suffering from all the components like hair growth or menstrual cycle disturbance or weight gain, or maybe in some cases weight loss, hair fall, etc., that we can diagnose the PCOS again. Then we can also add blood test, blood prick method, but that is still a very not convenient method because there are kits present in market that are based on blood tests. So basically they purchase the kit, they prick them, and they then send that blood to the labs, etc., for checking. So according to me they are not very convenient method because there are causes of microorganism or bean contamination. So जो टेस्ट वो होंगे वो मे बी अच्छे से नहीं होंगे. That's why my idea all revolves around making a basic kit which all can use at home and check PCOS in every 1 or 2 weeks, so that they can maintain their lifestyles and diagnose that perfectly. Thank you.
Sounds very good. Another diagnostic tool. Any question, any feedback to her, to the group? अच्छा है, चलो पास हो गया. Okay. तुम्हारी फ्रेंड है क्या वो? तभी तो. You know, you're playing a game here. Okay. Now it's a good idea. Who's your customer?
Sir, basically women of all the ages, like from 14 to 49, every woman need to check their menstrual cycles and how their bodies are performing. So I'm telling it from my personal experience because I think innovations come from the personal experience, like I said yesterday. So these all basic things which lack in women healthcare in India or maybe in
everywhere. It's the same problem everywhere. Good. Like the project. Good idea. All right. Next. You want to do it?
Actually, only luteinizing hormone is not there. There are many other hormones that doctors suggest us to get checkup, like anti-Mullerian hormone. They are also there, but we can't rely upon only one hormone.
I would take that as a feedback. You may want to look through it and maybe you want to modify your design based on the feedback. Okay. Don't cancel the project because of that. That's what happens. Whatever you do, you'll always have something negative and you try to improve upon and feedback on it. All right. Maybe who is next? Do you want me to pick some now? Okay. Just look here.
So my name is Manmeet Kaur, and our group has decided that if someone is suffering from epilepsy and they may have some like gatherings or something and they get that epilepsy attack in front of them, they may feel embarrassed and shamed कि मेरे को ये problem क्यों है या कुछ भी. And our innovation is that कि हमें कुछ ऐसा discover करें कि वो उस अटैक से पहले like 15-20 minutes prior to that attack they get to know that that attack is coming and they may shift to some safer place so that they may not feel ashamed in front of other people and they may feel confident. Yeah, like some like chip type ही कि हम body में जिसे epilepsy है so that person can have.
It already exists in France. I have recently studied yesterday about that. and a proper machine is selling it. There is proper marking of that epileptic device which it's under your arm and hand, where you will attach them and make it. Okay.
And there are n number of medical machines to get more epilepsy and seizures.
Okay, we have WDIP stat. These, because in one day's notice, it's very hard to find something which will be patentable. It takes us years to get to something. So I know there may be other things, but then it's a good feedback from them. Maybe they should think of what can they do differently from what's available in class. So think of maybe you can make it smaller size. If nothing else, make it cheaper. So that your product flies over there. Alright? Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job. Next group. We'll continue from here. Who's talking here? Bring that.
Hello everyone, I am Ekta from Chitkara University.
Please listen to her.
Our basically innovation is based on vaginal infection. Like it's very common between us to detect such vaginal infections and these are very common nowadays. So like एक infection को detect करने के लिए हमें बहुत टाइम लग जाता है. एक इनिशियल स्टेज से हम बहुत आगे ऊपर लेवल अप कर जाते हैं टू डिटेक्ट इट. तो हम एक ऐसे पीएच पेपर टाइप्स बनाएं जो हम घर पे ही डिटेक्ट कर पाएँ, जिससे एक स्टैंडर्ड स्केल से हमें पता लग जाए कि किस इन्फेक्शन का कौन सा कलर आएगा. तो वी आर प्लानिंग टू मेक सच पीएच पेपर्स.
Again, another diagnostic tool and good idea. And there's a lot of demand. I mean, it's an unmet need. Women around the world still have this issue. They can't figure out. Diagnostics is quite difficult. pH is just one measure, but it will help. I mean, it will definitely be helpful. You probably will find products in the market, but we are not thinking of that at the moment. So that's fine. Anybody has any feedback for them?
They want. So that
Yes. Now we are talking.
So basically that's what
Yeah.
businesses do. They
That's
combine and collaborate and make a successful business.
great. I love it. That's the spirit. You're now thinking of how to grow business from here. Fantastic. Talk about it. Maybe two of you would want to have 10 minutes and do one presentation for both the groups. I won't be here on Friday, but Induji, I'll talk to her and I'm sure she would let you do that. If you combine two, you can have more time and do that. All right. This group here. You are covered. How many people are in this group?
All the left one that I late tomorrow.
Okay.
Sir, my name is Ritika and I'm from Chitkara University, Himachal Pradesh. And our idea is regarding a AI integrated smart bandage which will work on the principle of wound healing. Our target audience would be diabetic patients or some patients having immunocompromised some disorders in which their immunity is not capable of clotting the wound, or some patients with blood circulation disorders also. These would target all these patients, and our bandage would real time check all the parameters around that wound like pH and in moisture content and temperature. The batch will secrete some clotting factors which would help externally provide that factors in our around the wound, which will help in faster recovery, especially for the diabetes patients. It is very commonly said that they are very prone to some wounds and it would even lead to death. And this all would be monitored in our connected app, that what is the conditions of the wound and what all are the factors occurring in the body, and this would help us to regulate the factors and the secretions. It would also comprise some antimicrobial or antifungal some constituents which would secrete and help in this wound healing also.
Only be diagnostic or therapeutic as well? Will you be treating anything or just diagnosing?
It would help in increasing the parameters which are required for wound healing. Diagnostic one, and it may faster the process, rapid process.
But you're not putting any medication, anything, so there's no therapeutic part to it.
We can introduce if we want, according to the patient's benefits.
So you need to think of whether it is diagnostic or therapeutic or both. But what I understand is you are creating a band-aid which will tell you what's wrong. So then the second step would be another band-aid which provides that therapy. So combining in one would be a little difficult because you can add antibiotic and your sensor may say it's not infected. So why deliver antibiotic, antibacterial?
Sir, it would be controlled.
Yeah.
All in our hand that first of all we will check the parameters, and if it is required then only
Yeah.
we introduce the therapeutic part.
Right. I would suggest keep it simple, keep it diagnostic only. You will struggle with therapeutic combining into one. Good. Thank you. Anyone has feedback for them? Yes.
They can incorporate natural antimicrobial agents if don't want to go for therapy.
So the suggestion is that you can incorporate a natural antimicrobial into your band-aid. Again, my problem is if it's a sensor which is supposed to identify problem and the sensor says there's no infection, why load antimicrobial into it then? So I believe, the right way of doing it would be a two-step process if it is diagnostic only. If you're loading things like manganese, which will help with wound healing, that's fine. But I won't load antimicrobial for no reason. Infection has to be there to treat, right? Otherwise, you're just causing resistance. Okay, that's good. Yeah. Thank you.
Good morning all. My name is Gaurav Bhardwaj from Chitkara University, Punjab. My idea is similar to sir, that sir I've changed levodopa route of administration from 28 tablets to a single injection, and I changed the injection form into nasal spray in in a most common cancer, neuroblastoma, in children of 5 years or less. And at that age we know that children's afraid of injections and all, and a nasal spray is a good and on that I'm working with my teachers for protein and ligand synthesis, and that's my idea. Thank you, sir. Because nasal spray, most of the brain drugs are lipophilic in nature and they do not pass the blood-brain barrier, and due to nasal spray it moves the brain by olfactory nerves and receptors and fast action, and by adding nanoparticles we can give a long-lasting effect of the drug.
Sounds good. Thank you. I'm relieved. When he said he's going to talk about levodopa, I said he's going to copy our thing. But luckily he moved on to it very quickly. So, thank you. Okay. So nasal sprays are a good option. They do provide a certain advantage over other delivery systems. Something that I should tell you, I was talking to a company recently and they said that FDA does not like nasal delivery systems. And their main concern is quantification. How do you ensure that you're delivering right dose every time? If you can solve that problem, maybe you can combine that. That will be a benefit to a lot of people, not just your product, a lot of other people as well. Yeah. Yes, meter dosage forms. So this question is about nasal delivery. So meter dosage forms are available. I'm not 100% sure why this company made this comment. Does everything sprayed in nose reaches there, stays there? Is that an issue? The company made a comment, FDA does not like it because of non-uniformity of dose. I know. There are products in the market. That's fine. Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other feedback to this group? All good?
Good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon all. My name is Abdul Suhail Akhtar, and I am doing masters from UIPS, Punjab University. So our innovation is an add-up to an pre-existed experimentation which was done by ISRO. So what they basically developed a crops module which was implemented in a microgravity which used to produce or germinate cowpea seeds, which is a genetic variant of like we used to say like राजमा का जेनेटिक वेरिएंट है, उसका जर्मिनेशन बेसिकली उन्होंने माइक्रोग्रेविटी में प्रोड्यूस करके दिखाया था. तो हमारा इनोवेशन ये है लाइक वी हैव डेवलप्ड एन ऑक्सीजन हार्वेस्टिंग सिस्टम विद एड अप टू दैट like overall module which specialized in separating out the oxygen molecule out of the all other gases which produced by the plant itself. So what it helps, it will collect out the oxygen which is being produced by plant in the module and being transferred to an oxygen cylinder which can be used by the astronauts in the space itself. So the main problem we are solving here is like जो ओवरऑल कमोडिटी है, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन की जो प्रॉब्लम्स आ रही है या फिर जो स्पेस एक्सप्लोरेशन में या फिर स्पेस ट्रांसपोर्टेशन में जो एक्सपेंसेस लगते हैं, इट वाज लाइक वेरी एक्सपेंसिव. सो वी आर सॉल्विंग आउट दैट प्रॉब्लम कि अगर हम लोग वहीं पे जो ऑक्सीजन प्रोड्यूस हो रही है बाय द प्लांट्स, वी आर कलेक्टिंग दैट आउट एंड यूजिंग दैट ऑक्सीजन फॉर द एस्ट्रोनॉट इटसेल्फ.
We did talk about it yesterday. It's a good idea, but it was about how much oxygen will it be generated, will it be enough to efficiency is an issue. But you can say our product will be very efficient and will be generating a lot of oxygen. It's fine. I mean, for this assignment, you can do that. All right, let's keep moving. I've done all the groups here in the back. Yes, good. Okay, this group is done. This group is done. This group here. Now, when we come to the second part, which is tech transfer part, I would like somebody else from the group talking about it. So those who have done, you can start thinking of how are you going to do the tech transfer, what we have discussed today. Who's going to buy it? What's the license? What's the strategy?
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Anjali. So our vision is to miniaturize the dialysis machine with a mechanistic kidney which will mimic the normal kidney's filtration functions. So this device would constantly filter the blood, remove the toxins and also maintain the electrolyte balance. So this system combines the biomaterials, nano filtration membranes and bioengineered components that will replicate the glomerular and tubular functions of the kidney. So this device reduces the hospital dependency of a patient and restore the sense of normalcy to daily life of the patient. Yes, sir.
Again, a great idea where can be very useful. Obviously, there's a need for it. Any questions to or feedback to the group? No? All good. Pass. Done. Okay. This group here.
So, good afternoon, all of you. Myself, Deepika Sharma. So, basically, our idea is to develop a wearable device to detect the skin conditions, various skin conditions, like normal acne conditions, some skin factor that this wearable device can detect. And this device can be connected to our phones via Wi-Fi or via Bluetooth connection. And we can detect various conditions like a fungal infection or a wound or any flare up or any hot flush due to high heat. So we are basically focusing on the skin problems, and it can target all the all the age groups, starting from the children's and to the old age people also. So, and we can also file a patent for that, a utility patent and also a design patent for the novelty and the biosensors that we are using in it. We can use optical biosensors, we can use IR mechanism to detect the various diseases and to detect various biomarkers for this.
Very useful. Again, there's a clear need for it. Any feedback? Anyone? Okay, I'm good with it. I'm happy. So, all right. So we've done all the groups. Anyone left? No? Okay. Right. So what we are doing here, let's freeze these projects. They have limitations. Don't worry. Just let's make progress. Otherwise, we'll be on this topic forever. Let's try to move on. Have some limitations. Something, the best thing that I have learned in research, on your last slide, have a section on limitations. Whatever you can't do, dump in that section. This will be a challenge, this will be this problem, so just put that on in your final slide. Make sure to have that here, otherwise they will say they didn't take care of this bit. You take care of it and say this is a limitation. Okay, that's one. Second, I would suggest each one of you to think of a brand name for your innovation. You need to start sounding like a company. I have mine, you saw that last long thing, so long PD. So think of a name, brand name for your company or the product or technology that you're developing, and start speaking that language that this is what we are selling. All right? Okay, I'll give you 10 minutes to talk among the group about the tech transfer part. Now your project is finalized. We are not changing it. Even if you don't like it now, you have to run with it. Okay? So let's fix the project. Spend 10 minutes on thinking about how we are going to, who is the buyer, how are you going to sell it to them, who is the potential customer, do you want to develop it by yourself up to this level, then do the tech transfer. Think of all of those factors. 10 minutes, we start this exercise again in the same similar order. Okay? 10 minutes. Hello, hello. Are we ready to come back? Or you need more time? More time? Five. Okay, 5 more minutes. Okay, hello everyone. I think I have to say time's up now because this will keep going forever, and I want to give you more time this evening. I want to get more time for myself as well, right? Okay, so let's go through this process again. We'll go, I've been talking to some groups. Some of the questions that were asked. One was, I suggested pick a brand name. The name has to be unique. If you pick up a name, the simplest thing to check is enter on Google whatever name you're thinking of, try searching if something with that name already exists somewhere in the world. If it does, you will have problems in marketing. Imagine that you created a company, somebody enters on Google and the other company's website comes up. You don't want that to happen. In fact, they can be your competitor. I've had this problem with our university. Our university is called UniSA, University of South Australia. And there's a university in South Africa which is called University of South Africa. They also call themselves as UniSA. So every time somebody enters UniSA, even within our own team, it takes us to UniSA Africa website. So this is a very common problem. So think of one. You have to be a little bit innovative about it. You might have to combine Chandigarh or your name or first name or last name or your father's name or something in between to make it unique. So think of that. That's one. Second, I was talking to a group which was about patentability. It's going to be quite hard to think of patentable thing in one day unless you're already thinking of those lines. So at this stage, we are not worrying about patentability. I would suggest all of you assume that your product is patentable for the sake of assignment. Okay? But also you need to know what is out there, and you can put that our product is better than this product because of this, this, this. Do it that way. Okay? So I'm diluting patent part intentionally. Finding something patentable takes years. It doesn't happen in one day unless you're already into the mindset then. But you realize what it takes to achieve that, right? That's the purpose of this workshop. So the process is there. For the sake of assignment, we are diluting it. Agreed? Okay, let's start with listening to you about your commercialization strategy. Who's starting? You have already talked. Come on, you can do it. Hello. Can I have your attention, please? You need to listen. We are doing it as a class exercise, not as a group exercise. So please be with us.
So, good afternoon all. Good afternoon all. Yeah, sure, sir. So, good afternoon all. This is the group which discussed the idea of the mechanical kidney. And for the name, we are going for the name of nephroport. And with this idea, we are currently targeting the USA population as well as in India. And the fact behind our idea is that currently in India, as per recent, there are 2.2 lakh people who are currently on dialysis, and we all know that those patients who are on dialysis, their quality of life is very much compromised. They have their hospital cost to pay for it, right? They have hospital dependency. So, if I talk about the cost, it takes approx 4,000 per session, and a patient has to have at least 2 or 3 sessions per week, and combining those sessions in a month, it takes 48,000 per month for a patient to have its quality of life, right? So we are currently aiming for these, and we haven't estimated our cost as of now because we are combining the biomaterials, the nanofiltration technology, as well as the bioengineering. So we guess that it will take the cost from our 1 lakh, but we believe that the initial investment will be large, but long-term cost will be reduced and the quality of life will be improved, and this is our main unique selling point of our product. Thank you.
Okay, please. Logo is there already. Company is there. Okay, some of you are not listening, I know. So I'll repeat what she said. You're being bad students today. Yesterday you were very good. She has figured out how much is the cost advantage of Nephroport. So they have a brand name, they have a logo created, making good progress. Definitely there is a need and justification. What was missing from this presentation was strategy, how they're going to go forward. She justified the need, understandable, given, yes, tick, done. What will it take to take it further? And that's part of this commercialization technique. So in terms of development, what would it require you to develop it? How would you source that funding? Who would you partner with? Who is the commercial? Where is the market for it? How are you going to cross valley of death? Which is, you require significant investment to develop this technology. If it was that simple, it would have been done by now. That's a simple thing in innovation. Anything which is simple is already done. So what you're trying to do is come up with an innovative solution which will take cost and money and planning. That's something you need to think of. So I won't come back to you, but we'll go to other groups. But I want other groups to think of how are you going to handle the cost part of it? Are you going to collaborate? Are you going to, same, the Shark Tank approach. This is our idea. How are we going to fund it? Okay? Let's think on those lines. Good job. Thank you. Okay, where am I going? I'll go random. Maybe I'll go to this group first.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Simran, and we have already discussed about wearable sensor for stress and hormonal changes.
Just a sec, please. Can we have your attention for another half an hour? We'll be finishing at 3:30. After that, you can gossip as much as you like. Thank you.
After that, we have a cake waiting for all of you.
Yes, and I'm noticing who is talking more. So if you are in that list, you won't get the cake.
Yes, you won't get your piece of cake.
Piece of cake. All right, go ahead, Simran.
Yes, sir. So we have decided to give name to our devices MonoSafe.
Okay, good name.
And our buyer will be common people who are having corporate life, having stress every day, and now PCOS patients also, postmenopausal wellness and fitness freak people also. They used to monitor how much level they are having of stress and how they are doing regularly.
Can I please interrupt here? With selection of project, we have settled on the need. So you don't need to repeat about the need. Tell me what are you going to do next?
So for TechTransfer, we are going to target companies which are already in the medical devices, like Medtronic, Johnson, Abbott. So we are going to collaborate, or we are going to work with them so that we can easily find our product in the market. That's all for us.
I think you need to figure out some more details. Just saying that Johnson & Johnson will work with us, it's not going to work. Johnson & Johnson will probably won't even talk to you. So think of, is there an investor who can give you some initial funding? Is your dad rich enough that he can sign off on a check? So whatever, think of some ways of doing it. You have to have a prototype ready before you can even go to Johnson & Johnson. Think of the IP strategy. Say that we are going to file a patent once the prototype is designed. You have to have that. If you go to Johnson & Johnson, what are you talking? It's just an idea right now. Right? So, okay, thank you. Maybe I should go back. I'll come back to the front. These people in the back are talking too much today. Okay, this group here. You have done the talking. Somebody else has to do it now.
Sir, our brand name is Astrolive and our product is oxygen harvesting system. Targeted audience are space agencies that include private as well as government, like SpaceX, ISRO and Airbus. Expected price is approx 3 lakhs to 5 lakh per module, and source of investments are private agencies as well as government fundings.
Somewhat bit more progress from first two. You have cost estimates. How would you develop the first prototype?
Just included the oxygen harvesting system in that module itself. So overall, we have estimated according to the ISRO's module. So we have approximately
Why should ISRO let you use their system?
So that's why we are collaborating.
You're collaborating with ISRO. Okay, good idea. Go for it. Okay, good luck. You have a strategy. All right, this group has been talking a lot. Let's listen to them. Who's talking? You have done the talking. No, you already done it. Somebody else needs to do it. Okay.
सो हमने अपना ब्रांड नेम जो सोचा है वो हमने सोचा है कि ऑरा टेक फॉर एपिलेप्सी, ऑरा टेक फॉर एपिलेप्सी, बिकॉज टेक्नोलॉजी भी इसमें इंक्लूड हो रही है. तो बेसिकली हम टारगेट करेंगे पहले जो आशा वर्कर्स होते हैं, NGOs होते हैं, कि उनसे पहले पता लग सके कि हु ऑल आर सफरिंग फ्रॉम एपिलेप्सी, एंड देन वी विल डिस्कवर आर प्रोडक्ट एंड वी विल फर्स्ट सर्कुलेट इन दैट एरियाज़ कि वो लोग यूज़ करके देखें, उनसे फीडबैक आ सके कि वो वर्क अच्छा कर रहा है या नहीं. देन वी विल make some bracelets type, not a chip that goes internally in your body. आपकी बॉडी भी सेफ रहे इंटरनली एंड एक्सटर्नली आप उसे ट्रैक कर पाओ, लेकिन अ ब्रेसलेट अट्रैक्टिव वे में कोई पता भी ना कर सके कि आप कोई मेडिकल डिवाइस वेयर कर रहे हो. चिल्ड्रंस के लिए अलग कर सकते हैं, मेन वुमेन के लिए अलग, इनफॉर्मल फॉर्मल दोनों तरह के हो सकते हैं. एंड वो पूरी तरह रिलायबल कंफर्टेबल हो, बिल्कुल वाटर प्रूफ भी हो कि, और उसका एक ट्रैक आपकी फैमिली को भी जा सकता है कि हिस्ट्री टाइप्स क्या आपको ये इधर इधर इस टाइम पे ऐसे एपिलेप्सी का हुआ है. एंड वो आपको जब एपिलेप्सी अटैक आने वाला होगा उसके प्रायर 10 to 15 मिनट्स पहले कॉशन अलर्ट वो आपको रिफ्लेक्ट करेगा. और ये भी हम दो तरह से बना सकते हैं, कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव ऑल्सो, कि उसमें आपको ट्रैक ऑफ मेडिसिन या कुछ ट्रैक ऑफ फैमिली इंक्लूड नहीं करेगा, वो थोड़ा चीप रखेंगे, और जो फैमिली के लिए ट्रैक और मेडिसिन को इंक्लूड करेगा वो थोड़ा हायर कॉस्ट पे जाएगा. सम पीपल हैव डिफ़िकल्टी टू रिमेंबर दैट दे हैव टू टेक द मेडिसिन, वो चूज़ कर सकते हैं. जो मेडिसिन लेना याद रख सकते हैं वो नॉर्मल कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव लो कॉस्ट वाला भी ले सकते हैं. अभी तक यही सोचा है.
So this group has moved a step ahead. They didn't use the term pilot and prototype, but that's what they meant, that they will design a prototype. I would suggest use that word. That's a innovation related word. And then use the word pilot testing, which you suggested you are going to do it. You explained how you're going to do it. That's all fine, but what was lacking is the technology side of it. How would you develop? How do you find the initial investment? Who's going to be our partner? The need is well established now, so we are not questioning the need for any project. Patent we are not questioning anymore. Okay, we have to make some progress on this assignment. You need to bring elements of IP. Do you expect it to be patentable, not patentable, copyrighted? You need to think of, this group was thinking of that they might have to think of copyright issue. So you need to bring in all those factors as well before you can think of a commercialization plan. Okay. As I said, you have to remember the valley of death. I had it on 3 slides today. That's the biggest hurdle. So you need to think of how we're going to find, we have brilliant idea, brilliant need, how we're going to find money to make it happen. That's the question of commercialization. Good job, thank you. And now stop talking, your assignment is done now for today, so no more discussion. Okay, who's talking here?
So our product name is Veggie Check. As we already told about that, it's a vaginal infection. It is used for vaginal infections. Okay. Okay. So the IP covered here is patent. Though the patents for this kind of product has already been made, but it is a utility based product. Because PHs already exist, then we have the field wise. It is a diagnostic product, and for those for the territory who can use, women of all ages can use this product. Then we have the financial performance. For that we have you have already told about the valley of death. For that we can go with the research collaborators, and as my friend has already told about collaborating for the PCOS kit, we can do that also for the collaborative kit for this. And yeah, that's it. We have already we thought about this only right now.
Anyone has any feedback for them? No? All good. Okay.
गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन। हमारा प्रोडक्ट था सर कि एआई जनरेटेड स्मार्ट बैंडेज। तो ब्रांड नेम हमने रखा है सेंशिया हील। जो टारगेटेड ऑडियंस है वो है डायबिटिक पेशेंट्स, ओबीज पेशेंट, पुअर ब्लड सर्कुलेशन पेशेंट्स, एज्ड पेशेंट्स। और सर बात अगर टेक ट्रांसफ़र की, इसका तो बहुत सोचा हमने, लेकिन हमसे करा ही है कि एक बंदा हायर कर लिया है कंपनीज़ में जाके प्रमोशन करे, हमारे प्रोडक्ट को पिच करे और उनको कन्विंस करे, और तो क्या ही कर सकते हैं।
I love your honesty, man. Thank you. Okay, so you are a bit lost on financing part. I would suggest, let's think of what are the possibilities for them. Let me ask the group. What do you think they can do? Ideas? Help your friends. Come on. How much money do you need? Do you know? Okay, so first thing would be to do an estimate. Again, it's an estimate for the assignment, make up a number. Say 20 lakhs. Okay, then start thinking of how are you going to get that money. I don't expect you to have full technical details, full estimates of funding at this stage. You won't be able to do that. So keep it simple. Think of, I'll need X, Y, Z kind of expertise to do that. I'll need this kind of facilities. I will need this kind of investment. And then start thinking of how are you going to fund it. Okay, who are your potential clients, collaborators, who can work, who can help you? So companies which are already into wound healing. Right, so these companies won't talk to you unless you have a prototype ready and shown that yes, it works. You have to remember this fact. You can't walk with an idea to someone. Nobody would even talk to you. They wouldn't let you enter the building. Unless it's your uncle, you can talk to them at dinner time. Otherwise, it just won't work. So think of a prototype development. Maybe I should make it easier for you to appreciate the need. I think I'm not clear on what I'm trying to achieve. So think of a prototype development. Whatever your problem is, how are you going to create a prototype? Who's going to fund it? What is involved in developing that? That's the valley of death. That's the initial implementation of the idea. Once you have the prototype, then make it up. That will file a patent, provisional patent. Bring it to the same stage where my levodopa carbidopa injection is. I have a product which has been tested. We are shouting on internet. And we are looking for partners to invest. But we have a prototype ready before we can do that. Make sense? Yes? So think on those lines. Okay, let's move on to other groups. Who wants to talk? No, not you. You have done enough talking today. What's the group assignment?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. We have a utility-based product, and for the medical diagnostics. We have a utility-based product, and we and we have it, and we have the license of in the specific country. We will file the patent. Good afternoon, everyone. We have a utility-based product, and we file the patent over the specific countries. So it is an exclusive-based product, and we don't have the financial terms not to finalize yet. So we have we have to identify the needs in the market for our product, the competitors, and the funding. The mainly funding sources can be with the collaboration with the industries like which basically uh, launch the product for the women's safety. Nothing. That's it.
Good. So you're on the right track. You will need to increase your confidence by 100-fold if you want to survive in business. Okay? That's what will be needed. No investor would talk to you. They look at confidence in your eyes because otherwise they won't have confidence in your product. And you might have to fake it. Even if you don't have, you might have to show up that, yes, I'm confident. Okay?
Yes.
I'm going to make you talk tomorrow as well. Come back. All right, so which group is left over now? Let me finish from here. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. So our topic, our brand name was Hopavia, a way of hope. So we are making a nasal spray that can treat neuroblastoma in children. So I have done the SWOT analysis for that product: strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. Strength is it is a non-invasive delivery system which is easy and less painful, direct brain target, rapid onset. Weakness is limited drug delivery system because we can't give more amount of drug. Opportunities are, it is a novel formulation which include nanoparticles like exosomes, liposomes, targeted therapy delivery, combination therapy, which is includes systemic chemotherapy drug which has less toxicity and less dosage form. Orphan drug incentive because it is a pediatric rare disease. Broader application, market development because it has strong IP potential. So the market trend will explain by my friend Jyoti.
So I'm going to conduct market research. I'm going to explain about that. So first of all, our target markets are primary patient, which are infant and young, some elder patient according to the condition. And second is caregivers, which are of course parents of the patient, and the clinicals, which are pediatric oncologist, pediatric surgeon, radiation oncologist, and their institution, children hospital, tertiary oncology center. And our regulatory landscape are FDA, CDSO, and we have to approve for device and drug both, and toxicity studies. Our competitive analysis is direct competitor and indirect competitor. Direct competitor are other nasal sprays which are maybe available in the market, and indirect are the other therapies which are stem cell transplant, anti-GD2 immunotherapy, and other therapies which are available in the market. And the third one is how we distribute our product.
And this is our hospital procurement specific pharma companies, which are Novartis, Roche, AstraZeneca. Novartis has spent many research money on strong in oncology department. So in India, it is Dr. Reddy and Sun Pharma.
Good, well done. They've gone a step further. They have looked at regulatory side of it, which most of you didn't cover so far, which is an integral part. You need to know whether you'll get approval for your product or not. So that's a good addition. And you talked about the industry. How would you develop a prototype? Who would pay for it? Company won't touch the thing unless you have a prototype ready. You need to think of that. Okay, am I done with everyone on this side? Yes, 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 you're done, done. Okay, let's move to, you're done? Yeah, you're done.
Thank you. So, our group has developed the project which was led by Dr. Asha. She just told in her briefing that she is going to, she exposed the problem of fake milk in the markets, particularly in metropolitan cities like Delhi, NCR. And there's a high level of toxicity in the milk, due to which the consumers are also suffering. And there's a high need for something to be changed there.
Can I please? Your need is justified, sorted. Come to the prototype.
That's why I just wanted to have a brief. So what we do, we have named the brand as Code Sure, because not what we are doing, we are making sure whether the codes are right or wrong. And for that we are making an app which will be copyrighted by us only, and we'll be trying to sell it to the main victims of this particular, and those are like Amul, Motherhood, and there are many top brands. They will be interested in our product, and because of that, we'll try to sell them, and then that software will be made easy by them to all the consumers. When consumers scan from that software, there will be the software engineering which will do in that software is that we can identify the difference between the fake and the real milk. And because of that, lots of human tragedies are going on. So you can see the newspaper here. I've seen some, we can minimize that. Additionally, there will also be a review system which we will develop, and we are also planning to go further ahead in the form of other softwares also, which we will be discussing it later. So this is all what we are thinking about. Thank you. Huh? What? Who is paying for development? We will be thinking about it, sir. Thank you.
Having the problem is good, but finding money for solution is the most difficult part. That's a big issue. It's a real problem. All right. This side is done. You are part of this group here. You are. So before we get to this group thing, let me ask you one thing. I'm curious. I want to know what is done in India about these fake products. How do you handle it? As a layperson, as a consumer, how do you deal with it? Fake milk, they were saying there's such a high prevalence. I'm just curious to know, because in Australia, the word fake does not exist. There's nothing, we can't, nothing. Yeah. All right. Loyalty is one thing, so you stick to one particular brand and type. And what else? What else is done? This, I'm talking of India. Australia. I know. I'm curious about India. What is done here? Yes, I know. So I'm asking, how do you handle that as a layperson? What do you do in your day-to-day life? How do you stop it?
It's a big issue still with government. They are it's a big issue.
Big issue?
No, there's like no option to check out. We see the news, we read the news. Just we don't have option to deal with this problem.
Okay. So something that I have observed in my lifetime, when I studied forensic pharmacy, you would have all studied, most of your pharmacy graduates here, you would have studied you need a B Farm for production in India, right? That's still a requirement? Pharma manufacturing has to be done by a B Farm? Okay. When I went to Australia, I started talking to my team of students, and they said, why? We don't need to study it. So in Australia, in manufacturing industry, there's no requirement of even a pharmacy person. Forget about B Farm. The person does not have to have anything to do with pharmacy. And I've been there for 13 years. I've not heard of one case of a fake medicine. So our B Farms in Australia, in India, they do produce fake medicines, while in Australia, we don't have even one B Farm in manufacturing. I'm not aware of any of our students who would have gone to manufacturing, and in 13 years have not seen one fake product, not even the news. Okay? Maybe because we pay a lot more money for medicines as compared to what people pay in Australia, in India. But something that I've observed on a personal basis, for us finding an antibiotic is extremely difficult. So if I feel starting, respiratory chest infection, I would have to go to a GP, which would cost me at least $50 to see the person in the first place. First of all, when I call him, he would say, come to see me next week. So I have to wait for a week. By the time my infection may get over by itself anyway. So then I pay $50. Then he'll give me a prescription. Then I'll have to go to a pharmacy. I'll have to wait for 1 hour. Then I'll get my prescription. And prescription will have a nice label, amoxicillin, X milligram, X times a day, made for Sanjay Garg, this and this. And me being a pharmacist, I would say, give me amoxicillin, man, I know what it is. You don't need to give me all this label and indications and this and that. At least for me, my wife is a pharmacist, she's a clinical pharmacist. So we know quite a lot about pharmacy as a couple. So we tried to start using amoxicillin from India. You would laugh at it, amoxicillin still works in Australia. Ceftriaxone combination still works, which I don't think amoxicillin is even prescribed here much these days. Right? You straight away go to higher end. Yeah? Yeah. Augmentin. So I started buying Augmentin from here every time I come here, so I don't have to go to doctor for a week. If we know that it's infection, I can take it. And believe it or not, a couple of times it happened, we will take Augmentin for 3 or 4 days and it won't work. I won't name the brands. Maybe it was the shop where from we bought. We don't live here, so our loyalty base is not very strong. If I'm in Chandigarh, I buy from Chandigarh. I don't care, right? So because you live in a particular area, you get to know chemist and you work on that relationship. We don't have that. So now we have stopped buying any medicines from India. You may not like this, what I'm saying, but this is my personal experience. And then we shift to, in the end, we'll end up going to GP and get the prescription from there, and that medicine will work within 24 hours. So there are some real issues here. And I love this idea of this app. At least you're trying to do something about it. So good on you. Keep it up. Thank you. Okay, let's come to the last group here.
Good afternoon, everyone. So our invention name, trade name would be SPD Homoderma. So it's a wearable skin sensing device. And first of all, for this invention, we will be doing patent searching for looking for the prior art. And secondly, for the and then post that, if it is patentable, then we will be filing provisional or provisional application in India. For the prototype, the wearable device, it includes multiple elements like sensor, a battery for powering it and processing unit, and then virus module to connect it wirelessly with the external device or Wi-Fi. Optionally, it may include alerting module whenever there is a deviation of there is any deviation from a particular value while sensing the skin parameters. So for prototype development, first of all, we will incorporate a startup under its name, and then we can get fund from the government, or we can do crowdfunding also. For further, government agency like SISFS, Startup India Seed Fund schemes, these also provide fund to the startup or to the innovators. So next we will be doing, once the prototype is complete, we will be doing the testing to know the pH, microbe level, skin temperature, then hydration and CBM production. Post testing and then filing the complete specification in India along with other country through PCT. And we will be also filing design for the device also. And for target audience will be all age type group, from children to children to till old age adults, including adults also. And for the estimation cost for the production would be around 2 to 3K, and we will see, and the price for sale, it would be under 5, or we can 5K. We can reduce it depending upon the demand or its hype in the market. And its limitation may include the sensor. They won't. They might not work well in all type of environmental condition, like during the summer, due to sweat and everything. And for tech transfer, we will be target the company, or we can medical device companies, or NRPDC, NRDC, or other company like Asia Pacific Treaty.
Thank you. This group has gone a little further. They have thought of a spin-out company. They are talking of patenting. So all of you need to do that. That's what typically happens in the group. The person who speaks in the end picks up ideas from everyone and you improve upon from there, which is good. But it's the reverse way as well. So those of you who did it first, you need to pick up these ideas and incorporate in your presentation. All right, so I think that's all we needed to do today. We have cake cutting, one more ceremony to be done before we finish. Anyone has any question, anything that you want to clarify? It has been a long day, you must be tired, but still, if there's anything, I'm more than happy to help answer. Anyone? No? All good? All happy? All right. So, we move on to the next part. So what's happening? We're getting the tea here, or?
Yes, tea and cake.
Okay, so we are going to get tea and cake. Who is good in singing birthday song? Not everyone. Who is a good singer here? Come on, show me your talent. आ जाओ. इसको बंद कर दो.
स्ट्रेटेजाइज करना सबसे ज़रूरी है मुझे लगता है इस वक्त. एंड एज ही सेज, येस, आई हैव बीन सेंडिंग आउट emails and things. It doesn't work. Even for research collaboration, I can share with you कि मैं 15 या 20 emails अगर डालती हूँ कई बार कोई research collaboration के लिए, one is answered. But then that becomes a very good research collaboration. Now at present I have several collaborations across the globe और मेरे students कई बारी like they feel उसने जवाब नहीं दिया, उसने तो बताया ही नहीं. तो I try to convince them कि ये भी जो collaborations develop करी हैं ये मेरी 15, 20, 25 साल की 30 साल की investment है. तो बिकॉज इट्स द सेम वे हमारे पास भी तो किसी का काम करने के लिए आता है तो टाइम नहीं होता, कर नहीं पाते, लिमिटेशंस होती हैं. सो दोज लिमिटेशंस आर विद एवरी ग्रुप. सो फॉर कोलैबोरेशंस आल्सो यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड. एंड व्हेन इट इज़ इंडस्ट्री, सो इंडस्ट्री के ट्रिगर्स और एकेडेमिया के ट्रिगर्स एंटायरली डिफरेंट हैं शायद. तो वो एक बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर है हमारा सोचने का तरीका. अगर हम उनको ये कन्विंस कर पाएँ कि जो मैं तुम्हें दे रही हूँ वो 20 साल आगे है बिकॉज मैंने इस नीश एरिया में काम किया है 20 साल, तो जो मैं तुम्हें दे रही हूँ, बट वो वही अंडरस्टैंड कर पाता है जो रिसर्च बैकग्राउंड से है. वो लोग अप्रिशिएट कर पाते हैं लेकिन फिर वो अपने जो मैनेजमेंट है उसको नहीं कन्विंस कर पाते. सो येस, देयर इज़ अ लॉट ऑफ अ गैप बिटवीन द कप एंड द लिप, बट आहिस्ता आहिस्ता हमें स्टेप्स लेने ही हैं. एंड देयर आर सर्टन सक्सेस स्टोरीज where people have actually transferred technologies from academia to industry. So maybe we can look at that and strive for it, continue to strive for it.
Thank you, Induji. This is very insightful. My experience with India is limited, so it was good to hear from you. One more thing which I'd just like to add, there are differences in different countries culturally. US people are very open for investment into new ideas. India, I'm not sure, I don't think that much of that happens here. Australia is bad as well. People would not put money into new ideas. They don't take much risk. And that's why all the new innovations come out of US, not come from other countries, because somebody believed on someone, invested some money, and that's what makes things happen. And you have to believe on probably 100 things to get one success story out of it. So all the success stories that we hear, we have to remember a lot of failures that go with it as well. So I don't think I have a simple answer for you, but we have tried to share what we know. Okay. Anyone else has anything before we stop for today? Okay. The cakes are impressive. Now, I would like to invite Induji again to talk about her friend. It's her birthday today, and let's have a birthday speech from her.